fellow South Africans. When I assumed duty as a Minister of Mineral Resources in September last year, I made a commitment that as a department we would do everything in our power to mobilize for the swift processing of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mbate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat.
Must take his whiskey there. Deputy Speaker, I just want to query something. This man...
Honorable Member, what's your point? What are you raising?
I would like to know if the Gupta has a session with Parliament, because this man is not supposed to speak here.
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. Take your seat.
What is the point of order then?
That's not a point of order. Take your seat.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
There is an issue that Zwane was appointed by
Honorable
Gupta.
Member.
So that issue is sub judice.
Honorable,
why should it be addressed by Gupta agents here, please?
Honorable Shivambo, take your seat. And address
but
the member.
But in sub judice, the court is still ruling on this man and now is addressing us on issues of the law.
No, Honorable Member, please.
Is it allowed to be addressed by people who are appointed in such a way?
Honorable Member, you know you are wrong. Take your seat. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. This followed numerous engagements which I had with our key stakeholders in mining and upstream petroleum, who expressed a need for a stable and predictable regulatory framework. Indeed, it is our duty to create legislation that would stand the worst of times and the best of times. We debate this bill on the back of recent commemoration of the birth of Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo, one of the greatest stalwarts of our movement. We are spurred on by his words when he said, open quotes, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won," close quotes. We believe that this freedom includes the economic liberation of our people through meaningful economic transformation. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. J.G. Zuma, had referred the bill back to Parliament in order to establish that the issues he had raised would pass the constitutional muster. The concerns raised by the President are indeed genuine and required further affirmation from the legislators. This is a demonstration of the President's commitment to driving a constitutionally inspired transformation and development of the economy. The bill we brought to Parliament for amendment sought to, amongst others, achieve the following: improve the ease of doing business, address the shortfall identified in several court rulings, such as the Bengwenyama case on constitutional of communities, the Mawetsi case on effective date of right, improve regulation of social and labor plans to optimize the impact of the mining industry to development, and consolidate these into district municipalities, integrated development plans. Introduce a credible and orderly means of state participation in the development of the nation's petroleum resources. To provide for an integrated licensing regime for the granting of rights, issuing of water use licenses, and approval of environmental authorizations. To provide the regulation of associated minerals, provide for designation of minerals as strategic for the purposes of supporting local beneficiation and industrialization. And it also seeks to achieve an alignment on the provision of the sanction to non-compliance with the Competition Commission and introduce a deterrent to non-compliance. These and other amendments came from the benefit of having implemented the MPRDA for 14 years, during which we obtained important lessons. I would like to assume, honorable members, that the government is approaching this subject with the utmost responsibility and sensitivity, guided by an imperative to balance development with social and environmental considerations. In this regard, we do appreciate and commend the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources for dealing decisively with the processing of the bill. Whilst addressing legitimate concerns raised by the President, the resolutions herein tabled for debate ought not to be seen as being contrary to the basis of referral of the bill, but more of the reaffirmation to the President that legislators have satisfied themselves that indeed the bill will now pass the constitutional muster. We are acutely conscious of the fact that people elect public representatives to make laws to foster development, ensure that jobs are created, and see that services such as education, health, and welfare are rendered to the country in an environmentally sustainable manner. The reconciliation of these challenges constitutes one of the critical mandates of public office. It is expected of us, as the nation's legislators, to rise to the challenges. Honorable members, you are well aware that the MPRDA has vested the country's mineral resources in the hands of the state. The gains we have made in a short space of time can be accelerated and amplified with the processing of this bill. I call on all members of this House to support the position that we have taken on this matter of national interest. We have to use our collective might to deal with the subject in a manner that ensures that we take steps to re-industrialize our country, diversify our energy mix, contribute to food security, and strengthen the national fiscus. History places us in a position to rewrite its course and prove our critics wrong. We have made a good start in South Africa. We can use this bill to unite our country and forge a common vision of a truly successful nation. May God bless all South Africans as we embark on this journey. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Lorima.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Fourth Parliament passed this bill 2.5 years ago. We warned then that it should not do so, that the bill was gravely flawed. And here it is, back again with very few of its flaws fixed. Opinion in the mining industry is divided on this bill, but before the ANC gets excited, there are not some people who support it and some who oppose it. Everybody opposes it. The division is that some think this bill is so bad that the current uncertainty is better than the certainty of a bad bill. Others think the bill should just be passed, even if it is bad, so they are certain what they are dealing with. What I fear is that when there is certainty, they will know for sure that it's no use investing in the South African mining industry, and they will move their investments somewhere else. That is already happening. There is one fact about mining which should be burned into everybody's brain. We have arguably the world's richest mineral storehouse, but in terms of investment attractiveness, we are number 66 of 109 jurisdictions surveyed by the highly regarded Fraser Institute. ANC mining policy has been a colossal failure on that alone. Passing this bill will not add anything to that score. It's not going to fix anything. The bill will worsen uncertainty by putting massive power in the minister's hands to set the rules and change them quickly. It will open the door to even more corruption, allowing the minister to hand out mining rights to friends, cronies, or the highest bidder. And based on current performance, I'm sure some of that bid money will not end up in state coffers. When this bill was passed, we wrote to President Zuma and told him it would possibly be unconstitutional for 8 different reasons. He agreed with us on some of them and sent the bill back. There it languished as, we presume, the ANC fought internally to decide what to do. But now it's back. The Portfolio Committee has fixed some of the procedural shortcomings. We hope others will be fixed as the bill goes through to the NCOP. But the Portfolio Committee has disagreed with the President on 2 key substantive issues of the bill. The State Law Advisor and the Portfolio Committee say it's fine the bill won't contravene our international trade obligations. They say it's fine the bill won't be unconstitutional by giving the mining charter the force of legislation, even though it can be changed at the minister's whim. There are very few people in the whole of South Africa who can give good advice on such a specialized area as international trade law. So I suggested to the committee that we get the advice of an international trade lawyer. The Portfolio Committee agreed, to its credit. Unfortunately, though, I was told there's no budget for such an opinion. So if the State Law Advisor is wrong and the Portfolio Committee is wrong, this bill may be successfully challenged in court, in which case it will cost the state a lot more money and throw the industry into even more disarray. The whole idea contained in this bill that government can limit mineral exports and force beneficiation through cheap local prices is unsound. It doesn't work. The World Bank says so. The ANC ignores their advice. Now, some in the ANC believe that the reason for supporting this bill is the perception that it will return control of South Africa's natural resources to the previously disenfranchised. If that were the case, that would be wrong in that it argues against how we see South Africa as a country for all who live in it. But it would be understandable, given our history. But that is not what this bill will do. There was one telling moment during the reprocessing of this bill. The National House of Traditional Leaders told us they wanted an independent authority to issue mining licenses. They were diplomatic as to why this was, but it was clear that even under the current system, they find that licenses are not being granted for empowerment reasons, that is, to poor rural communities, but to politically connected cronies. I imagine if the House of Traditional Leaders, having had actual experience of mineral licensing, knows what it's talking about. Needless to say, the ANC on the committee ignored its advice. The new bill will put even more power to select who gets licenses into the hands of the minister. We do, however, hope that the ANC will propose some changes to this bill when it goes through NCOP. Still unfixed are the provisions around oil and gas. If this bill had been done properly the first time round, we would already have seen investment in our oil and gas sector, and we would be reaping the benefits. But the ANC tries to grab as much as it can for its cronies, so there's been no investment. If the ANC doesn't fix this aspect of the bill in the NCOP, it will miss again a chance to get investment, development, economic growth, and jobs. It will shred what remains of its credibility. This bill could be fixed, or better still, scrapped and rewritten, so that it drops forced beneficiation, provides certainty through legislation rather than regulation, pays more attention to including communities, and brings about a transparent and fair licensing process. When I came to this portfolio 4 years ago, we had just missed the great resources boom, and yet we employed some 100,000 more people in mining than we do today. Unless this bill is radically changed, the decline in the sector will continue, and our chance to use mining to escape from our economic difficulties will be lost.
Honorable Shivambu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act, when it was first enacted, it basically took ownership of all mineral rights from private companies to the state and gave those rights to individual mining private companies based on licenses which had conditions. Now, the amendment which was passed by the Fourth Democratic Parliament, the amendment bill which we're dealing with now, was basically dealing with the petroleum sector to say that in all the new petroleum processes and businesses, the state must have a degree of ownership and control. But also it was beginning to say that the Minister of Mineral Resources, if that person is a regional person, unlike the current one, can then determine the amount of minerals that can be exported from South Africa so that you give space for the local beneficiation and industrialization of mineral resources. And then the president of the ANC brought that bill back to Parliament without having signed it. Of course, 2.5 years ago, to say that we must check if it is constitutional for that bill to be passed with, without being compliant to some international trade agreements, and two, without consulting the House of Traditional Leaders. But that was not the real reason why the bill was brought back by the president of the ANC. It's because the Gupta interest in mining had objected to the adoption and passing of the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act. They said it through their media platform that that act is not going to pass because they've got control of a person who is supposed to sign bills into laws in South Africa. The real reason why the act was brought back to be dealt with here in Parliament is because the Guptas had said that it cannot be signed. And then we entertained those processes as early as 2015. I was in the Committee of Minerals, which dealt with this question, that said that before Zwane arrived here, which said that there is nothing unconstitutional with the MPRDA bill as amended. But we're only coming back now to pass an act, and we've waited for 2.5 years without proper legislation that guides the mineral sector.
Honorable Shivambo.
This is the capture that we're talking about, yes.
Hold on, take your seat. Yes. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
There is no Zwane here, there is Honorable.
Okay. Honorable Shivambo, the rules require you not to call any member by his surname in the way in which you did.
So, Deputy Speaker, we are dealing here with part of what is being dealt with today in the North Gauteng High Court of state capture par excellence.
Honorable Member,
where a family...
you must call a member properly. You know what you should call him. You have 2 ways to do that, so do as appropriate. You know that. You know the rules. You are the chief whip. Please do that.
What is your instruction?
My instruction to you is that the rules...
What is your instruction?
You must call members appropriately in the House as the rules guides you. You are supposed to be its enforcer.
So what is your instruction now?
You do it. You do it now.
I'm not referring to anyone now. I'm talking about content of the speech.
No, do it now, Honorable Member. Please do it.
So I must say what? What should I say?
No, you do it. You're hearing me. You are not...
to which member? I refer to many different people here.
To the minister. Refer to him appropriately. You know what you said. Don't waste
your own time. I said before Mr. Zwane was here.
That's better. Proceed.
It's a...
Proceed. You didn't say that, but proceed.
Now, this is what we're talking about when we talk about state capture, where a family, because of their own mining interests, instruct a president not to sign a bill into law. It is happening currently with the FICA Act, which is supposed to deal decisively with the illegal money movements of politically connected and exposed families. Again, the Gupta faction that leads the ANC has instructed that that act must not be passed into law. That is what we're talking about when we deal with all those issues. Now, let us take this opportunity to, as part of uncapturing South Africa, as part of uncapturing Parliament, let us pass the act as is proposed here, because all the comments and the recommendations and the concerns that were brought by Mr. Zuma were rejected by the committee. All his concerns were not taken into consideration. And agree in principle the issue that we raised in the Rules Committee, that next time a bill is brought back from the presidency, it must not last for more than 3 months here in the chambers before it is passed into law, because we cannot wait for 2.5 years in the same manner in which we have happened now. But we can tell you for free that the reason why we're delayed is because of the Gupta phenomenon, which you must have to deal with in your own right. Thank you very much.
Before Honorable Esther Hazen speaks, will members join me in welcoming the De Villiers Graaf Primary School children and their staff members? Welcome. Honorable Esther, your turn, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mining is an industry with long time horizons. When making investments, mining companies think decades ahead. They need certainty as to the law and regulations under which they will operate. They will not invest if there's a fear of unpredictable regulatory environment. This bill empowers the Minister to impose export controls on any minerals he designates as needed for beneficiation. The bill introduced a new category of strategic minerals, defining these as such minerals as the Minister may declare to be strategic. This definition has little content but gives the Minister vast discretionary powers. Minerals identified as strategic are very likely to be declared subject to export controls and choke-off investments. The bill also creates a number of extraordinary new offences and penalties: mining without mining right or approval, environmental management programs. Mining companies now face fines of up to 10% of annual turnover, plus the value of the previous year's export, or prison terms for directors for up to 4 years or both, for such vague offences as failing to promote economic growth. It's astonishing that such penalties can even be considered when government policy for the past 20 years has severely been hampered economic growth. The President believes, and rightly so, that a bill should have been referred to the National House of Traditional Leaders. This bill will seriously harm this country's great mining potential and, even more important, cause the loss of many more jobs. Parliament in this must follow its mandate to represent all South Africans, including the millions of poor people who rely on government to hold the departments and the executive to account and adopt laws best suited to this country's needs. And this bill doesn't do that. The IFP cannot support this. Thank you.
Honorable Kubisa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 2002 Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act aimed to give effect to the Freedom Charter, making the state the custodian of the country's minerals. Based on the premise that South Africa's minerals wealth belongs to all her people, the Act empowers the state to allocate prospecting and the mining licenses for limited periods. Despite the noble intentions, the Act has not succeeded in the expected redistribution of mineral wealth, and policy uncertainty at the political level has contributed to an industry that is not performing at optimal level. In the context of the mining industry that is struggling to regain momentum after crippling strikes and failing commodity prices, it is imperative and desirable to clarify legislation to attract investments. The National Freedom Party takes note of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources in response to the concerns raised by the State President on the amendment bill and accept the recommendation that the bill be passed. We do have, however, not believe that the proposed amendments in the bill are sufficient to address the numerous deficiencies in the Act. We would have liked to see the amendment go further than the current bill proposes. Among the aspects which we believe warrant closer scrutiny and clarity is the level of ministerial discretion and the current wording of the beneficiation clauses. In particular, we're concerned about the ministerial discretion in setting terms for beneficiation with no clear objective and measurable criteria. Terms such as, quote, agreed price, unquote, is vague. It creates uncertainty and might invite potential for corruption, as there is no indication between whom such agreement is to be reached and what criteria are to be used. The National Freedom Party believes that the amendments contained in the bill fall far short of the concerns voiced by the mining communities, and these included loss of land, lack of consultation with communities, their exclusion from royalty payments made by mining companies, and lack of compensation for the negative environmental and health effects of mining. Considering all the deficiencies in the current Act and the proposed amendment contained in the bill, National Freedom Party suggests that the entire bill should be rewritten. It is our responsibility as the legislature to develop and promote legislation which is as inclusive as possible, with the intention to maximize benefit for our people in a fair and equitable manner. Neither the existing Act nor the proposed amendment discharge this duty adequately in our view. And for this reason, we say the bill should be subjected to further legal scrutiny. Thank you.
Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. South Africa's mineral resources are valued at 2.5 trillion, giving it the richest reserves in the world. Strictly, mining contributes only 9.8% to the country's GDP, but various multiplier factors increase this to around 18%. The sector generates 40% of South Africa's merchandise exports, contributes significantly to corporate tax, underpins much of the manufacturing sector, and brings in foreign investment. The mining industry also provides employment to more than 500,000 people. The ACDP is of the view that the MPRD bill still contradicts the NDP's call for regulatory reforms that provide policy certainty for an industry that has to think decades ahead when making investments. No mining legislation has been successfully passed since 2008, despite the industry being in desperate need of clarity and assurance for investors. And the amendments we are considering, which regulate the exploitation of minerals and resources and the legal movement and transfer of resource rights, are regarded as possibly temporary changes, as 2 new bills are expected in time to come. One for the mining industry and one for the oil and gas industry. Now, all of this is close to home for many affected communities, and in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Free State, and Mpumalanga and Northern Cape, applications right now have been made for gas exploration on large tracts of land across the provinces. So, to sidetrack for just a moment, a decision on the Matatiele application is expected in the next few weeks, making this an extremely urgent matter for those who see their water, land and livelihoods being taken from them, saying it is reasonable to expect large companies would not waste time and money on exploration if fracking or other invasive methods are not going to follow. Matatiele, for example, has chosen agriculture and tourism as their economic activities of choice, and fracking will destroy both. South Africa is a water-scarce country, and people fear that what little water we have will not only be used up on this water-thirsty procedure, but it will be irreparably polluted, placing livestock, produce, babies, and whole communities at risk. Our major water catchment areas, which are all under application, once polluted, will negatively affect the entire country. The ACDP has requested an urgent debate on this matter, but has heard nothing to date. We are calling on government to place a moratorium on gas exploration for the purpose of fracking and other invasive activity. Many countries have rejected this form of gas extraction on their land for good reason. The cost to society and the environment is just too high. The bill pushed through, back to the bill we're dealing with today, at the end of the parliamentary term, was sent back to Parliament by the President last year on grounds that certain provisions were unconstitutional. The bill pushed through, the new bill still provides for the Minister to form a new entity to promote on- and offshore exploration and production of petroleum, and to deal with matters relating to petroleum and gas exploration. Despite the outcry and the objections to the bill, it has changed minimally, and the ACDP cannot support this bill. Thank you.
Adjunct Minister, Godfrey Oliphant.
Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the Deputy President, Ministers, fellow Deputy Ministers, Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Lozipo, Nkosi Mandela, and members of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, or the MPRDA of 2002, has been the most solid and progressive piece of legislation in the mining industry since its promulgation and implementation in 2004. On May Day 2004, the ownership of the country's mineral resources was transferred to its citizens, and the state given custodianship thereof, and the Department of Mineral Resources the regulatory mandate to ensure orderly, sustainable exploitation of these mineral resources. That is in an environmentally progressive manner for the benefit of all stakeholders, but also to promote high health and safety standards and skills development. The MPRDA of 2002 enunciated in the Mining and Minerals White Paper of 1998 to introduce unprecedented regulatory reform in the mining industry, in line with the constitutional objectives and the internationally accepted right of the state to exercise sovereignty over its wealth, natural resources, and economic activity. And that is all as prescribed in the United Nations Resolution 1803 of 1962 and the subsequent UN Charter on Economic Rights and Duties of States. This therefore serves to reclaim the mineral wealth as common heritage of all South Africans as vested in their custodianship, provide orderly development of the nation's mineral resources, introduce the notion of social license to operate, and promote equitable access to the nation's mineral and petroleum resources. The MPRDA has created an enabling environment for growth and the basis for transformation in the industry that is in keeping with the changing socio-economic and political landscape of South Africa. 2012 provided sufficient time to benefit from experience and evaluation of implementation, on the basis of which weaknesses in the MPRDA were identified, and they include ambiguity that create room for multiplicity of interpretation, fragmented of licensing processes for mining requirements, weak provisions for sanctions on non-compliance, and consultation and lack of alignment with developmental priorities. Strategic focus of the amendments were looking into strengthening the existing provisions relating to the social and labor plans, SLPs, enhance the provision relating to beneficiation, and streamline the integrating administrative process relating to the licensing of rights. Strengthening provisions relating to cessation, transfer, and encumbrance in order to promote partitioning of rights, and strengthening provisions on sanctions relating to non-compliance. Lastly, providing the state's active participation in petroleum development. When it comes to the mining charter, which is also derived from the same values of the supreme law of the country, which is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, it is more vociferous on the subject of equality. The mining charter seeks to achieve the 6 objectives that promotes equitable access to the nation's mineral resources to all its South Africans, and substantially and meaningfully expand opportunities for historically disadvantaged people, including women, to enter mining and mineral industry to the benefit from exploitation of the nation's national resources, and also to utilize existing skills base for the empowerment of those who were disadvantaged before, and to expand the skills base thereof, promote employment and advance social economic welfare of the mining communities and major labor sending areas, and to promote beneficiation of South African mineral resources. Beneficiation is central to this law, and I must say it's also part of the African Union's program of the African Mining Vision. We are going to do it without any hesitation. The major regulatory reform introduced by the MPRDA, which is consistent with the prevailing doctrine of a democratic state, have not been without challenges. For instance, the Agri-SA case against us against the Ministry of Minerals and Energy, that the MPRDA was expropriatory, was unsuccessful in the Constitutional Court of the land, with the judgment that affirmed the ownership of both minerals and petroleum resources to the people as a whole. This is one of the major victories of the democratic government, least celebrated, but very significant to the partial implementation of the Freedom Charter. 10 years later, the law was amended to deal with sub-deficiencies derived from our lessons of history and some other legal challenges encountered during the transformation period. Regrettably, these amendments were highly contested to the extent that the President, as mandated by the Constitution under Section 84, subsection 2, referred the bill back to Parliament in 2015. It must be noted that when such bill is referred back to Parliament, Parliament is only obliged to deal with those aspects that were sent back by the President and nothing else. In considering the bill that was presented to him, Honorable President Zuma referred the bill back to Parliament on 4 grounds, 2 substantive and 2 procedural. As we debate in this August House today, the substantive issues and 1 procedural matter have been dealt with. The one that is outstanding is the consultation with the provinces as well that the NCOP will do. The matter of definition of the Act seemingly conferring unfettered powers to the minister is not true. In the main, it is uncommon it is not uncommon for legislators to delegate amendments of subordinate legislation to the executive. This is a well-entrenched practice within the Republic that none of the legislators here in present can claim oblivion to or about. The matter of the likely transgression with the country's international obligation in respect of the perceived restrictions on the exportation of minerals is better clarified in Section 26 of the MPRD Amendment Bill. None of the holders of the mining right are subjected to these restrictions, but those who would have to secure minerals on the basis of the provisions of Section 26 proposition, only those will apply. It makes sense that if anyone secured mineral production on the basis that on the basis of our legislation for a specific purpose, that they cannot trade with such minerals outside of that purpose without consideration by the executive on the material conditions that should permit such to happen. It is critical, therefore, to correct the prevailing narrative that the bill imposes upon all stakeholders of mining rights the consent for the expropriation or exportation of mineral production. This is yet another example of ineptitude in our legal fraternity, which is part of the dominant narrative and a particular political predisposition. Obviously, we know that comes from. We have consulted extensively with a number of affected departments on this matter, including International Cooperation, DIRCO, Trade and Industry, DTI, Economic Development, EDD, and National Treasury, amongst others, to ensure that our conceptualization of the provision is not inconsistent with our international obligations. We have accordingly been assured that these sections are not inconsistent with such obligations. In consultation with the National House of Traditional Leaders, we have welcomed the President's view on this unintended omission. The House of Traditional Leaders has since considered the bill and made their contribution to the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources, which duly considered these contributions. Mine is just to express our highest appreciation to the House of Traditional Leaders on their consideration and due submission to the committee. Lastly, the President correctly raised a matter of highly compressed consultation with the provinces in the NCOP. Once this bill has been concluded, once this House has concluded its deliberations this afternoon, the bill will be referred to the NCOP for further processing. We are today pleased to report that our Parliament did us proud once again, following extensive consultations with our parliamentary democratic system. Members have over the past 2 years worked consistently and systematically through the reservations by the President and presented yet another compelling case for the country to bring about certainty and finality to this key sector of our economy. Members will also realize the new dimension and intricate balancing act in the amendments that take into account the interest of communities and investors in our favorable constitutional order. Members must also note that the Constitution provides the matter. I think I've dealt with this matter. Members must also note that this matter has been raised in all international platforms of major jurisdictions like the Mining Indaba PTAC, and we have assured them that we'll pass this act by the end of by November. We want to thank all members from all political parties for their due diligence on this matter. Thank you very much.
Honorable Lozipo, Chairperson of the committee. Oh, sorry, Honorable Schmidt, my apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Minister, it does not help to consult the House of Traditional Leaders, where you don't adopt a single suggestion they've made or a single proposal they've made. So it's basically a formalistic process, but in any event. The amendments contained in this bill has been the subject of an ongoing parliamentary confusion since 2012. For the last 4 years, the minerals, gas and oil industries have been held in suspense due to the non-finalisation of the bill. It reflects the current state of affairs in the minerals industry, where insecurity and confusion have been prevalent for a number of years. The referral by the President of this bill back to Parliament has indicated a lack of direction, a failure by the ANC to provide leadership, and a total melee of uncertainty, which has existed since the amendment bill was introduced in its original form. Mining, oil and gas companies have unsuccessfully been warning against the undesired consequences of a bill that creates more uncertainty rather than less. The indications that these warnings have realized are evident in the falling production figures, with the de facto withdrawal of a major oil company from our shores and the closure of other mining operations. It has taken approximately 2 years to finalise the amendment bill after it was referred back to Parliament. This is due to the number of contradicting legal opinions between the presidential legal advisers and the parliamentary legal advisers. The DA's request to the committee to obtain an independent legal opinion has proven unsuccessful. Parliament is therefore left with a contradictory opinion of its own legal advisers compared to that of the presidential legal advisers. The court will now have to determine the legality or otherwise of the issues referred to back to Parliament. As if we do not have enough court cases, with Minister Zwana trying to prevent the release of the state capture report in the North Gauteng High Court today, it would be indeed interesting to see on what basis and what is contained in those papers. As well as another court case, Africa Ventures, another irregular mining license awarded where 2 of President Zuma's nephews seem to have been granted mining rights in an environmentally protected area in Mpumalanga. What the mining industry requires is a legally sound, properly consulted act, which will lead to a sense of hope, sustainability and stability in the short, medium and long term. This is not what the ANC seems to want. Whilst the bill was referred back on the basis of 4 different issues, the Portfolio Committee only agreed with 2 of the issues, all procedural in kind. These related to the lack of proper consultation and the failure to consult with the House of Traditional Leaders. The other 2 substantive matters dealing with the constitutionally or provisions of GATT and the elevation of the mining charter to legislative status were not agreed to, effectively disagreeing with the President. Is it a sign of the things to come? The mining industry, inclusive of the oil and gas industries, require a stable, long-term regulatory framework that allow investors to invest for up to 25 years and longer. Anything less defeats the object to ensure mining investment and development in the minerals economy, an issue which in itself has gone underground, excuse the pun, since the mining Pekisa a year ago. Why then do we expect positive results from an improved minerals economy when the basics for mining growth are not being adhered to? I thank you.
It's your turn now, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One speaker once said in conclusion, the Deputy President, the President in absentia, the ministers, deputy ministers, honorable members, it is with great humility and appreciation to stand in this House to present a bill that requires consideration by this august House. I will not be doing justice if I fail to acknowledge the work done by my fellow colleagues in the Portfolio Committee. The manner in which this amendment was handled truly echoes the words of our stalwarts, the late President Nelson Mandela, when he acknowledged that there are many good men and women of wisdom in the African National Congress. But even outside the ANC, this is the spirit that guided our deliberations in dealing with this amendment bill. This was never an easy process due to the complex nature of the referral in terms of the joint rules, as both the substantive and procedural matters on the President's reservations were raised simultaneously. The challenge, therefore, was how best to comply with the referral procedures. With due respect, I think we must also acknowledge that this was unprecedented and therefore nowhere blame can be placed except on the fact that we had to comply with the joint rules of Parliament. As a committee, we welcome the President's reservations on the bill, and it is our understanding that he sought further close assessment and quality assurance exercise. Further, surely he holds the same views like us in acknowledging the supremacy of the judiciary, in making determinations of law, including its interpretation, none of the arms of state can make a determination of law as to what is constitutional and what is not constitutional except the judiciary. Ours, therefore, was to ensure that there is clarity in the drafting of a legislation, but also to ensure that there is legal certainty in the manner in which the bill is drafted. It is therefore important to also acknowledge the fact that we have made consultations in relation to the substantive issues. It will be absolutely disingenuous to suggest that there was a rejection. There was a consideration, and we came to the same conclusions, that the interpretation of statutes cannot be viewed in the context of being a rejection of a particular view. But we give respect to people that are entitled to their own views, but they are not entitled to make their views facts, because facts are what are going to be determined in the pursuance of the determination of the legislation. I think we have also clarified the issue with regards to the international tools of trade, which we have said at the center of it, governments are allowed to develop policy in the public interest. And therefore, it is absolutely not correct to suggest otherwise. Most critical is the reservations of the President on the lack of extensive public participation in the NCOP and lack of consultation with the National House of Traditional Leaders. It is important to report that through consultations done with the National House of Traditional Leaders, and some of their proposals were accommodated, and only those that were outside the reservations that were raised by the President, that were taken back to the Department for future consideration. We now present the bill for consideration in this August House so as to allow the NCOP to undertake its public consultation. We further believe that the President's reservations assist in the clarification of the centrality of our communities in determination of their socio-economic development. Let me therefore take this opportunity again to extend a word of gratitude to the patriotic nature in which honorable members handled this delicate process, to the Office of the Speaker for their timely interventions on providing guidance on the procedure to be followed, the Parliamentary Legal Services and the State Law Advisor. We extend our profound appreciation on the counseling and advice they have provided. Once they say you cannot praise the fish for swimming, most words also goes to the Department of Mineral Resources and its officials on providing clarity on the contents of the bill, as well as in the accommodation of the proposal from the National House of Traditional Leaders. Honorable Shibambu, I'm sure Honorable Steenhuisen won't like it, my homeboy, won't like it when you say this bill was referred back on the basis of the Guptas. I'm sure we are not suggesting that the Democratic Alliance has been captured by virtue of agreeing with the Guptas on not passing this bill, because I saw you conspiring, speaking with him. I thought maybe you're reminding that what I'm saying also refers to you. I hope that is not what you are suggesting. But by the way, I can count how many members. It started with Honorable Malema. It then had Honorable Dlamini. We then had Honorable Makause. We then now currently have Honorable Mukwena. From that period of 2014 to now, none of them, and I will not say something simple because it's public posturing, none of them have ever complained in the committee about the slow pace, because they understood the reason why there was a slow pace. It was nothing else based on the joint rules of Parliament that were intervening. And for the record, we should appreciate the support that you are giving to the bill, which is correct. It's in the best interest of the country. But I don't think I will be making a mistake to state that those issues that you are raising are completely irrelevant to the passing of the bill as to why the bill was referred back. And we have to concentrate on what is in the interest of the country. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, let me just say two quotes. That leaders think and talk about solutions. Followers think and talk about the problems. That's Brian Tracy. But it's important that one anonymous person once said this: a murderer, open quote, a murderer will kill you. A thief will steal from you. But you will never know where you stand with a liar, close quote. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate. The motion is that the report be adopted and the bill as amended agreed to. Oh, yeah. Okay. Chief Whip, I'm reminded I'm taking your job, sir. Please, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted, the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill as amended, and the President's reservations be referred to the NCOP for consideration. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? There's an indication that there is a motion. Let's ask. Let's put the question again. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes,
the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Division has having been called. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Order. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the report be adopted and the bill as amended be referred to the NCOP. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor, press the yes button. Yes. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain, press the abstain button. All members seem to have voted. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The result of the division is as followed: yes 198, no 81, abstain 1. The question is accordingly agreed to. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Bill as amended and the President's reservations will be referred to the National Council of Provinces for consideration. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of request for approval of Paris Agreement on Climate Change in terms of Section 231(2) of Constitution.
Honorable Mapulane.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President and members of the Executive, honorable members of Parliament, after receiving a report from the Department on Thursday, the 20th of October 2016, the Portfolio Committee on Environmental Affairs unanimously resolved to recommend to this House the immediate ratification of the UN Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement was adopted on the 12th of December 2015 at the 21st session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which was held in Paris from the 30th of November to the 13th of December 2015. This landmark agreement, which signaled the beginning of a fundamentally new course in the decades-old climate change efforts, was adopted after 4 years of intense negotiations, which was mandated by the Durban Platform adopted during the COP17 in Durban here in South Africa. Perhaps, Honorable Deputy Speaker, on an occasion like this, we need to pause and reflect on the history of international climate change negotiations in order to fully appreciate the significance of the Paris Agreement. Most climate change scholars are unanimous in their assertion that the first UN Environment Conference, held in 1972 in Stockholm, and the subsequent establishment of the United Nations Environment Programme herald the beginning of global efforts in both understanding the effects of climate change and responding to its impact. The United Nations Environment Programme commissioned the first assessment report which produced compelling evidence on climate change, leading to convening of the Rio Earth Summit in 1992 as the first international conference on climate change. The Rio Earth Summit resulted in the adoption of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Of course, South Africa did not participate in that conference, the Rio Earth Summit, due to a successful campaign by the People's Movement, the African National Congress, for apartheid South Africa's international isolation because of its pursuit of racist policies of apartheid colonialism. The South African delegation had to endure the humiliation of having to observe the unfolding processes with no power to influence the outcomes. The Democratic South Africa subsequently ratified the convention in August 1997 after being readmitted as a full and proud member of the UN family of nations. Since the adoption of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change at the Rio Earth Summit, the world has registered a steady but remarkable progress in responding to the impacts of climate change. From the first conference of the parties, COP1 in 1995 in Berlin, to COP3 held in 1997 in Kyoto, which produced the Kyoto Protocol, a progressive and legally binding agreement. One of the biggest contributors, as we know, to global greenhouse gas emission, the United States, refused to ratify the Kyoto Protocol and therefore exempted itself from it. After years of failure by the parties to negotiate a universally binding agreement, the world's expectation therefore shifted to South Africa in 2011, Durban COP17, to deliver a credible climate change deal that will move parties towards an inclusive, legally binding treaty. South Africa did not disappoint in this regard. The 2011 Durban COP17 marked a particularly important turning point in international climate change negotiating process, when parties to the convention committed themselves to a new universally binding agreement by 2015 to be operationalized in 2020 at the end of the second commitment period of the Kyoto Protocol. The 2015 Paris Agreement therefore represents and was in fact the fulfillment of the commitment of the Durban Platform. To date, 87 of the 197 parties to the convention have ratified the agreement, surpassing the double threshold of 55 countries, accounting to 55% of total greenhouse gas emission. The Paris Agreement will therefore come into force this Friday, the 4th of November, 2016, 30 days after the double threshold was reached. Today's consideration of this ratification of this agreement will therefore complete the final step in South Africa's ratification process of the Paris Agreement. It is therefore absolutely crucial, honorable members, that this House today should ratify this agreement in order to give South Africa the necessary impetus and clout to continue influencing key decisions and outcomes in multilateral climate change negotiations. We can ill afford to be found wanting when it was us who created the basis for the adoption of this historic and groundbreaking agreement. The Paris Agreement, among others, seeks to affirm the goal of limiting global temperature increases well below 2%, 2 degrees Celsius, whilst urging efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. The president of the host country in France, President François Hollande, succinctly summed up the historic significance of the Paris Agreement when he remarked at the end of the conference in that open quote, "In Paris, there has been many revolutions over centuries. Today, it is the most beautiful and most peaceful that has just been accomplished. A revolution for climate change," close quote. What then needs to be done? Perhaps, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we should borrow from the words of one of the greatest revolutionary and thinker, Vladimir Lenin, when writing in a political pamphlet in 1901, posed the fundamental question, what is to be done, burning questions of our movement. We must pose the question, what is to be done by our country to live up to the commitments made in Paris. Although there is no timetable to phasing out fossil fuels in the Paris Agreement, it is obvious that the Paris Agreement is proving to be a game changer in driving global shifts in the energy market. There are observed changes in the dynamics of energy supply and demand. Notwithstanding the role of renewable energy in our energy mix is undoubtedly the key towards a transition to low-carbon economy. Considering that even a small shift from coal to renewable energy removes from the atmosphere a significant amount of greenhouse gases. This is particularly necessary, honorable members, taking into account our high emissions. We are the 13th major greenhouse gas emitter globally and ranked 10th in terms of per capita emissions. We would like to reaffirm the posture and policy stance, therefore, on renewable energy program as articulated by the Minister of Finance last week, Wednesday, when presenting the medium-term budget policy statement. We agree with the Minister that contrary to views of some, the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program are sound and sensible long-term investments critical to meeting climate change commitments embodied in the Paris Agreement. Over 100 billion in investment has already been mobilized around the renewable energy investment in a short span of 3 years. Indeed, our country has taken off on a new trajectory of sustainable growth and development since the adoption of the Integrated Resource Plan in 2010, and therefore, any attempt to deviate from this path towards a low-carbon economy must not only be frowned upon, but must be fiercely resisted and contested by this Parliament. In closing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to quote a poem from the children of South Africa who recited this poem at the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg in 2002. And it is entitled, The Children of South Africa. Close quote. We are the children of South Africa. We are the future of this land. We are carrying a burden no one begins to understand. We are the children of South Africa, the up-and-coming generation. Are you conspiring the very essence of are you conspiring to destroy the very essence of our nation? Close quote.
Thank you, honorable member. On that happy note, with the voice of the children, your time has expired. Thank you very much. Honorable member, please come over. J. Edwards.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The stage is set. Before the end of this week, the Paris Agreement will enter into full force. The essential elements of the Paris Agreement builds upon the Convention and for the first time brings all nations into a common cause to undertake ambitious efforts to combat climate change and adapt to its effects, with enhanced support to assist developing countries to do so. As such, it charts a new course in the global climate effort. The DA supports such efforts. The Paris Agreement's central aim is to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change by keeping a global temperature rise this century well below 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase even further to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Additionally, the agreement aims to strengthen the ability of countries to deal with the impact of climate change. To reach these ambitious goals, appropriate financial flows, a new technology framework, and an enhanced capacity building framework will have to be put in place, thus supporting action by developing countries which is the most vulnerable countries, in line with their own national objectives. The agreement also provides for enhancing transparency of action and support through a more robust transparency framework. The Paris Agreement requires all parties to put forward their best efforts through NDCs, nationally determined contributions, and to strengthen these efforts in the years ahead. This includes requirements that all parties report regularly on their emissions and their implementation efforts. So in 2018, parties will take stock of the collective efforts in relation to progress towards the goals set in the Paris Agreement and to inform the preparations of the NDCs. There will also be a global stocktake every 5 years to assess the collective progress towards achieving the purpose of the agreement and to inform further individual actions by parties. Deputy Speaker, our children, our grandchildren, and their grandchildren will look back on our time with the comparable benefit of hindsight. They will marvel at how politicians were professing deep concerns about national challenges, yet steadfastly ignoring the devastating assault of climate change on our economic and physical security. And they will rightly ask what we as legislatures were doing to ensure that the biggest emitters are reined in and held accountable. There's no doubt that responding to climate change will be one of the greatest challenges that South Africa will have to face in the 21st century. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change noted recently that it is, I quote, extremely likely that human influence has been the cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century, unquote. Now, I believe this is putting it lightly. It notes further that the continued emission of greenhouse gases will cause further warming and changes in all components of the climate system. Developing countries are, once again, the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Concern is growing that our communities and our ecosystems will have little time to adjust to changing conditions. Economic losses due to extreme weather events are already being experienced and are likely to increase in the very near future. To name but a few, the low water levels, the drought. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, South Africa cannot afford to delay the response to climate change any longer. The time is now, and we have to comply. I thank you.
Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, before I start, I'd like to respond to the ANC Speaker's question. Mr. Mapulani asked what must be done. He must join us tomorrow as we march against state capture in Pretoria, because it is a determinant for our reliance on carbon-emitting energy sources is the fact that the Zuma and the Gupta faction of the ANC are benefiting from these power stations. And it's for this reason that the Economic Freedom Fighters supports the request for the approval of the Paris Agreement on climate change. In December 2015, more than 190 countries, representing the source of more than 95% of global greenhouse gas emissions, met in France for the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Together they crafted the Paris Agreement on climate change. This agreement is a breakthrough in many ways. It was for the first time, essentially, that all the countries of the world have agreed to a common framework for addressing the problem of climate change. It acknowledges that reducing emissions requires that countries transform their economies, even as they strive for economic growth, which historically has gone hand in hand with energy production and its byproduct, carbon pollution. As we approve this agreement, we also need to ensure that our developmental path does not compromise our ability to mitigate against the impacts of climate change. It is for this reason that the EFF has consistently called for a rethink in the way we do development. The EFF has always advocated for a move from carbon-emitting energy sources, such as our over-reliance on coal, to more renewable, environmentally friendly ways of generating our energy needs, such as wind and solar power. We want our ecological infrastructure maintained in such a way that we can, as a nation, appreciate the critical importance of our surroundings. The state must invest in the maintenance of our wetlands, most of which are critically endangered. We must invest in the protection of our biodiversity in such a way that also improves social well-being. We must say no to nuclear energy, which has been promoted vigorously here by Zuma and his Gupta-appointed ministers. We must together rethink a future we are going to bestow on our children, free of carbon emissions, full of sustainable development ideas. The Paris Agreement on climate change is a good framework to take us to that future, and we support it as the EFF. And we call on all South Africans to join us tomorrow in Pretoria as we march on state capture, and I hope to see Honorable Mapulani there as well, and all those ANC members and ministers here who are opposed to state capture. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President. I really thought we were talking about a Paris Agreement today, not a Pretoria Agreement. But having said that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it gives us pleasure as the IFP to support this agreement, albeit the fact that the Minister has already signed on behalf of the country and the people of South Africa, and we certainly applaud that particular step. The Paris Conference on Climate Change, we believe, has marked a very important step in global action against climate change. For the first time, this universal and legally binding global deal on climate was adopted by the 190-odd countries around the world. And we know that it comes into force in 2020, with its principal aim being the mitigation and avoidance of climate change by seeking to limit global warming. And Honorable Edwards gave us the figures of 2 degrees against pre-industrial temperature levels. Climate change is indeed a global crisis that requires a global response. Each country has their part to play in this global response, as it requires collective action in terms of emissions, control regulation, if it is to succeed. We in South Africa are already noticing the effects of climate change, where we are ravaged by drought, brought about by too little rain. Temperatures are changing, and who would have thought that the temperature in Durban is sometimes colder than the temperature in Cape Town? It's unheard of when we find the seasons changing the way it does, but that's the way things are. Limiting the increase in warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius or less would be a good start, and we look forward to South Africa taking the required steps in terms of its National Climate Action Plan in order to assist in achieving this goal. Carbon emissions tax and the benefits of regulating South Africa into a low-carbon economy must be vigorously pursued. We must protect and even establish new forest and conservation areas. On Sunday evening, Deputy Speaker, National Geographic premiered an environmental documentary titled Before the Flood, in which the topic of climate change is thoroughly explored. I urge all members to watch this documentary. It not only explores climate change, but also provides suggestions that we implement in our ongoing efforts to mitigate against the same. We support the ratification of this agreement, and we support all efforts aimed at reducing global warming and climate change. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Shalembe.
Honorable Chairperson and members of the Honorable House, the Paris Agreement, which we are requested to approve here today, is an important and very comprehensive framework. It will guide international efforts to limit greenhouse gas emissions and to meet associated challenges posed by climate change. We cannot deny that climate change represents an urgent threat to human societies and the planet, and it requires the widest possible cooperation by all countries and other stakeholders.
South Africa will be required to make its own contribution to achieving the goal of reduced greenhouse gas emissions. And by approving the Paris Agreement, we will signal our intent and resolve to discharge our fair share of the obligation. The main objective of the agreement is to limit the global temperature increase to below 2 degrees Celsius, while pursuing efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. The recognition of the 1.5 degree target is of central importance to South Africa as an African and developing countries, because as the current drought is proving, we are extremely vulnerable to climate change. Chairperson, once enforced, the Paris Agreement will be an important tool in mobilizing financial and technological support and capacity building for developing countries, such as South Africa in the battle against climate change. South Africa is already acting on climate change, and we are witnessing progress and significant investment in renewable energy, public transport, energy efficiency, waste management, and land restoration initiatives. Despite our current efforts, the National Freedom Party believes there is a need to do more to enhance our efforts to effect transition to a lower carbon economy and a society. Public participation and business support will be as important as government intervention if we are to make any significant progress in this regard. We'll also need to increase our efforts to adapt in the short, medium, and long term to the impacts of increasing temperatures and reduced rainfall in many parts of the country. We need to give serious consideration to water security and urgently investigate the feasibility of constructing more dams. Water desalination options must be explored with vigor, and most importantly, we need to educate our people about responsible and sustainable water usage. In conclusion, Chair, and considering the importance of the Paris Agreement, the National Freedom Party welcomes and supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Environmental Affairs as presented here today. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Dadl.
Thank you, Chair. Today's debate is the consideration of the request for approval of the Paris Agreement on climate change, which the ACDP will support. It involves the shift to low-carbon development institutionally, legally, and politically, and parties to the UNFCCC were given until the 21st of April next year to ratify the agreement. As we understand it, South Africa is required to make an analysis of our climate change legislation and regulations in order to make changes necessary, but we will be able to communicate legislative peculiarities and make reservations on aspects of the Paris Agreement that are either contentious or inconsistent with South African law, whilst developing solutions for those challenges. The ACDP is concerned that the Paris Agreement does not place enough focus on the sustainable use of natural resources, and it is not clear whether it will take us forward sufficiently in reaching the goal of sustainable development on the continent. The impact of this new climate deal for African climate policy making and implementation remains unexplored. Finance and the capacity to mobilize investments supporting sustainable development are, of course, the key to implementation of the new climate change deal. Climate models suggest that most African countries will experience higher temperatures for a number of years and a significant reduction in their average rainfall. A stronger emphasis on the impacts of climate change on developing countries combined with proposed solutions, particularly on the African continent, is essential. While the ACDP does not buy into the scaremongering and exaggerated global warming campaign, we do recognize that industry and transport does cause pollution dangerous to the environment and human life, and we welcome moves to reduce pollution. The slight warming of the 20th century was no different from the past warming periods in the last few thousand years, except that in the past temperatures were in fact rather higher. CO2 actually has little effect on the climate, but it does have a profound effect on plant life, which all animals, including us, depend on. There has in fact been a greening of arid regions, notably in Africa's Sahel region, which lies between the Sahara Desert and Senegal to Sudan. While the world has experienced extreme weather systems, a remarkable feature of the Earth's climate is its stability. Although we can never make exact predictions about its likely behavior, some aspects, like global temperatures, have remained remarkably constant for long periods. Gigantic vested interests, financial and ideological, in promoting global warming are a concern, but they do not deter us in our commitment to being good stewards, responsible for leaving an inheritance for generations to come that will be a blessing and not a curse. The ACDP, as I said, will be supporting the signing of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Makwele.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, distinguished guests, I am once again honored to participate in this debate that affects humanity at large, given the fact that climate change is an international phenomenon. The good part about this debate is that all parties for once agree to ratification of the Paris Agreement. The effects of climate change in terms of diminished natural resources, reduced agricultural production, worsening food security, increased flooding and drought, spreading diseases, and an increased risk of conflict over scarce land and water resources are already evident. Climate change lies behind much prevailing poverty, food insecurity, and weak economic growth in Africa. It affects approximately 200 million of the poorest people in Africa, who predominantly depend on climate-sensitive, rain-fed agriculture. The vulnerability of these poor Africans is expected to escalate over the years due to climate change and its associated impacts like droughts and floods, which are so obvious for us as South Africans. Climate change truly represents a new threat and challenge to developing countries, particularly those on the African continent, because many households, social groups, and regions have a limited capacity to adapt to climate variability and change. Africa's vulnerability to climate change is shaped by the complex interaction of social, political, economic, cultural, and environmental factors, all of which are likely to be affected by the projected impact of climate change. It is in this respect that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's fifth assessment report states that in Africa, climate change will amplify existing stress on water availability and on agricultural systems, particularly in semi-arid environments. The current challenges of drought that have befallen our nation is a case in point. Climate change affects everyone, but not equally. Vulnerability to climate change is dictated by both individual and social factors. The livelihood context, location, level of income, education, asset holdings, gender, age, and social class, among others, all combine to determine vulnerability and coping abilities of individuals and communities. It is in this regard that different social groups will be able to adapt and respond differently to climate variability depending on the scope and strength of their coping mechanisms and the level of societal influence. Even within social groups, some may be more vulnerable than others depending on their economic status. Those most heavily dependent on natural resources and exposed to multiple risks of climate change are the most vulnerable. That is the rural and urban poor, especially our people in the townships. Hence the saying that climate change is a poverty issue. For South Africa, the dangers of climate change are all too real. A very important thing for us to know is that we cannot effectively address climate change on our own as a country, nor as a continent. International cooperation is vital to avert dangerous climate change. Sufficient political will and cooperation among countries on technology transfer and finance is crucial for ambitious mitigation action. This underpins the urgent need for us to ratify the Paris Agreement. The fifth assessment report makes it clear that effective mitigation will not be achieved if individual countries advance their own interests independently. International cooperation is essential to effectively mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and address other climate change issues such as building resilience and capacity development in developing countries such as us. We must act collaboratively on climate change, considering that the atmosphere is commonly shared by all nations. The Paris Agreement, which we are presenting for adoption in this House, has for the very first time brought all nations into a common cause based on their historic, current, and future responsibilities. The benefits of ratifying the Paris Agreement are many to us as a country, continent, and the global community, including foremostly the fact that a strong, legally binding international framework will, from 2020, guide the global response to the global challenge of climate change. Ratification ensures that political momentum is maintained at the international level as well as at the domestic level for implementation of the agreement. It is also important to note that the achievement of the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature limit will only occur if all parties act decisively and speedily to put in place measures to implement their respective nationally determined contributions. Another significant benefit of ratifying the Paris Agreement is that the agreement will mobilize multilateral effort to achieve the global adaptation goal, which will certainly raise the profile and importance of support for developing countries in adapting to the impact of climate change. The Paris Agreement has opened up opportunities to developed and developing country parties in various ways at differentiated levels. It is important for developing countries to have a better understanding of the key opportunities that the Paris Climate Agreement offers. The agreement expressly recognizes the rise of vulnerable populations, which is very important considering the extent and level of climate vulnerability in our country. The Paris Agreement also recognizes a balance between mitigation and adaptation to address climate change. The Paris Agreement can be used as an economic vehicle for developed and developing countries, private sector to initiate joint actions on both mitigation and adaptation. Timhaka ta ku cinca ka maxelo na dyandza leri hi nga kongomana na rona I mhaka ya misava hinkwayo. Na swivangelo swa kona swi ta hikwalaho ka matiko lama nga hluvuka na matiko lawa ya nga hluvukangiki, ivi swi vanga ku thyaka ka mbango na ku cinca ka maxelo eka misava hinkwayo. Nhluvuko wu lava leswaku wu fambisana xikan'we na ku hlayiseka ka ntumbuluko na rihanyo lerinene ra vanhu. Hikwalaho matiko hinkwawo ya fanele ku khomisana ya teka goza ku vona leswaku mbango wu va kahle naswona rihanyo ra vanhu hi leri nga kahle. Swifumi a swi hlupheki ku fana na swisiwana hi ku cinca ka maxelo, hi ku hisa ka misava hinkwayo, ka mimoya na thyaka leyi va ka kona hikwalaho ka tifeme na timovha na mindzilo leyi nga kona yi affectaku.
Thank you, Honorable
With
Member.
this, I invite the House
time is
to
up.
ratify the Paris Agreement.
Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Listening to all the previous speakers, they all point to one indication, which is also an answer to Mr. Mapulane's question. South Africa cannot afford to delay its response to climate change. The science suggests that Southern Africa is one of the most vulnerable regions in the world. Localized decreased non-runoff rainfall, increased frequency of droughts, and the change in the ranges of biodiversity all have potential to undermine our economic growth and socio-economic development. Much of the warming that will occur is already locked into the system, meaning that adaptation to climate change is initial priority. However, South Africa has one of the highest per capita CO2 emissions ratios in the world, and therefore mitigation action is necessary if South Africa is to be a responsible global player in stabilizing the world climate and keeping the global warming to no more than 2 degrees Celsius. South Africa must undertake voluntary mitigation actions that are nationally appropriate. Any actions taken must be in line with the sustainable development and green economic strategies of our country and should not undermine our economic growth. Our response to climate change must create new opportunities for South Africans to benefit from reducing emissions and must be based on a fair, open process and decision-making that involves all the relevant stakeholders. Mitigation actions need to be measurable, reportable, and verifiable. The DA supports the creation of a national registry of mitigation actions that will allow government and stakeholders to obtain an overall picture of the contribution of actions towards attaining a certain mitigation targets. This registry should form the basis for submission of mitigation actions to any registry that is maintained by the UNFCCC. Wherever possible, assistance for financing and implementation of mitigation actions must be sought from developed countries and the Green Fund established at COP17. In dealing with the issue of climate change, the DA would focus on a number of projects, programs, and policies that will contribute to building a registry of mitigation action. Other things, these will include energy efficiency, mandatory energy efficiency labeling of appliances and machines, improve energy efficient standards for buildings and additions to the existing buildings. In sectoral targets, establishment of mitigation targets in specific sector, in consultation with the relevant stakeholders. In renewable energy, upscaling the installation of renewable energy projects around South Africa by creating an enabling environment for investment by independent power producers. Incentivize for private households to install solar PV and solar water geysers. In transport, improve public transport to reduce individual car journeys. Carbon capture and storage. Develop a comprehensive geological atlas that identifies appropriate areas for sequestration and introduce the required regulations and incentives to attract private investment. The response to climate change, Chairperson, whether they're in the fields of mitigation or adaptation, require a significant coordination between government departments, municipalities, and various stakeholders in the economy and civil society. Further support from the government is required to improve capacity across the various sectors. There is a need to improve capacity at the local government level, particularly with regards to the project management skills. The DA would, among other things, integrate the long-term mitigation scenarios into the planning of all relevant government departments. Establish a project management team in national government to coordinate the various actions. Focus strongly on encouraging actions at the municipal level while building capacity. Provide leadership in response to climate change to ensure that there is buy-in from all sectors of the society. This, Chairperson, requires bold and far-sighted leaders who are willing and able to take on and entrench interests and leave behind the failed models. The need is urgent, Chairperson, and there is no time to waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ngisacela lilunga lehloniphekile uNgqongqoshe uMlewa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members present here today, all of you esteemed ladies and gentlemen who might be in the gallery, and good afternoon to you. First of all, we would like to take this opportunity to express our most sincere appreciation to the Portfolio Committee, Parliament in general in both houses for having processed this ratification instrument on climate change, that's on the Paris Agreement, at such record time. Today, we have an historic decision to make, which will indeed contribute further to South Africa's leadership in ensuring the effects of climate change and ensuring that those are addressed. I come from the labor movement. As we speak, these issues today, scientific reports actually indicate that this year, 2016, at the South Pole Observatory in the Antarctica, carbon dioxide levels surpassed 400 parts per million, that's ppms. Scientists also confirm that it is the first time that it has actually passed that level in 4 million years. Yes, you heard me correct, 4 million years. This 400 parts per million threshold was crossed last year in the Northern Hemisphere because that is where most carbon pollution occurs. The most remote continent on Earth, the Antarctic, has now caught up with its more populated counterparts and crossed this tipping point, reminding us that human activities in their current form are continuing to reshape our planet in profound ways. Sea levels are rising. Global temperature increase is already reaching more than 1 degree Celsius, and some parts of the oceans are actually becoming acidic than they have been for a million years. Honorable members, here at the southern tip of African continent, for more than a year, our country has been experiencing severe effects of drought, as honorable members have said already, that's catalyzed by the El Nino effects that is happening now over many decades, worse than all other years that has happened. The rising sea temperatures in the Pacific Ocean that resulted in increased temperatures and reduced rainfall in many parts of the world was exacerbated by rising global temperatures associated with climate change. Our scientists and weather forecasters warn that this is what we can expect in decades to come if ambitious global action is not taken urgently to reduce the concentration of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. It is clear, honorable members, that the only choice for humanity is to take ambitious and practical action through reducing greenhouse gas emissions, preparing for extreme events, and adapting to the impacts of climate change. We need to adjust our ecological, social, and economic systems and change the way we do business. Being so, we actually also need to ensure that we transition to a low carbon and climate resilient society, and I dare say, an inclusive economy, in a manner that also grows the economy in an inclusive manner that creates employment and also eradicates poverty. When we met in Durban 4 years ago, under South Africa's able leadership, world leaders took bold decisions to significantly advance the global effort to address global climate change challenge. We set a new long-term pathway for the development of a fair, ambitious, and legally binding future multilateral rules-based global climate change system that ensures fair participation by all countries. Because indeed, we have some countries not participating. We had them not participating in the past. On the 12th of December 2015, the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change unanimously adopted the Paris Agreement and package of supporting decisions covering climate change action and pre- and post-2020 actions. This marked the successful conclusion of a 4-year negotiation process under the Durban Platform for Enhanced Action by establishing, for the first time, a fair, common legal platform for climate change that is applicable to all countries. South Africa played a leading role at the COP21 in Paris as the chair of G77 plus China, a group consisting of 134 countries that are worst affected by climate change. We are also leading negotiations in the Africa group, as well as being a member of the Brazil, South Africa, India, and China, a group better known as the BASIC Group. As an African and developing country, South Africa had to balance developmental and environmental imperatives. And I agree with honorable members who are saying we must continue and we will continue to argue for our developmental space much as we embark upon these actions. At the same time, South Africa negotiated for an ambitious and legally binding outcome that would strengthen the multilateral rule of law and provide certainty and predictability for developing countries in particular in the world of climate change, the changing climate. The adoption of the Paris Agreement has been hailed as a turning point in the efforts of the international community to address climate change. There is now a shared vision to keep the global temperature rise this century well below 2 degrees centigrade. And I think honorable members must continue to say this. After saying below 2 degrees, we must also say that we even move further to limit the increase even further than 1.5 degrees centigrade, because that's what the Paris Agreement says. That is pre-industrial levels. The global markets have been given a strong signal that the transition towards a low-carbon economy is underway, and that carbon markets and other market-based solutions will be utilized to assist in this transition, because indeed we do want non-state actors in this game as well, and this effort as well. Of critical importance to developing countries, particularly Africa, is the enhanced importance accorded to the adaptation to climate change through the establishment of a global goal on adaptation, which, by the way, didn't come easy. We had to fight for it. And also addressing the issues of loss and damage that's associated with the impacts. On the 22nd of April, South Africa signed the Paris Agreement, as honorable members have said, joining 175 world leaders in this historic event in New York. Legally, the agreement will enter into force 30 days after 55 countries would have signed, accounting for 55% of these depositing these instruments. With unprecedented speed, the double threshold was reached on the 5th of October this year, and the Paris Agreement will enter into force, as honorable members have said, on the 4th of November 2016. This means that the first session of the Conference of Parties, serving as a meeting of parties, that is what we call CMA1, will take place in Marrakesh in conjunction with the 22nd Conference of Parties and the 12th meeting of parties of Kyoto Protocol. Fellow members, South Africa has a constitutionally prescribed process to follow Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa to ratify international agreements that involve legal commitments. All the necessary work has actually been done, would like to inform you, and concluded to ensure that South Africa is able to ratify this Paris Agreement. Cabinet has announced after its meeting on the 20th of October that it's bringing this instrument here for ratification. On the 27th of October, NCOP has already given approval for ratification. Once the national
and learners in these schools, we still have teachers who are not qualified to teach, teaching poor rural learners, condemning them to a life of substandard education. The Department of Basic Education has been unable up to this stage to comprehensively respond to the needs of learners with special needs and disabled learners. All this contributes to the below average performance of grade 12 learners because they come from an education system that is rotten to the core. The fixation that Minister Motshekga and her department seem to have over matric pass rates is never going to take the department anywhere. We must go back to the basics.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Fix schools infrastructure,
IFP.
hire qualified and committed teachers. Only a government led by caring, incorruptible leaders would ever be able to.
Honorable member,
it's
now the time for the IFP.
Thank you. Not a government that has outcast.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The IFP will support this review. However, we strongly condemn the breakdown of discipline in our schools. In this declaration, only 2 manifestations of the lack of discipline will be cited. During the recent oversight visit to schools by the PC on basic education, principals from Eastern Cape in the south to Limpopo in the north deplored with one voice the scourge of teenage pregnancies, even in primary schools. In KZN alone, 10,213 learners fell pregnant in 2014 and 9,135 in 2015. Although there is a slight decrease from 2014 to 2015 in KZN, if we take South Africa as a whole, a survey by Stats South Africa points in a different direction with unprecedented figures of 68,000 pregnancy cases in 2011, 81,000 in 2012, and 99,000 in 2013. Equally shocking is the number of schools where principals complain about the scourge of drug abuse. This is quickly becoming a national trend since it has become prevalent in both urban and rural schools. Principals concede that they lack the capacity to deal with this scourge. They, of necessity, appeal to the police for assistance since drug abuse is also a crime. Unfortunately, even the police have very little to offer as a solution. No wonder there is such a high rate of dropouts. I thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, Honourable members in this House. The National Freedom Party is in full agreement with the observations and recommendations contained in the report tabled by the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education here today. The work of the Department of Basic Education in our country is of utmost importance, as it is in the hands of our educators today which shape the future of our children, preparing them for the tomorrow when they are expected to step up and step into the adult world. The function of the department is to create and develop an environment conducive to learning and to equip our educators and learners with the means to discover and explore the world of knowledge. Moreover, we expect from this department to manage the education process and the role players in an orderly, transparent, and accountable manner. Sadly, the observations and recommendations of the Portfolio Committee suggest that there are serious challenges. One example, Honourable Chairperson, is the poor results in the TVET colleges, and that is as a result of the weaknesses in the basic education system. And I don't think they're which gives us a result of what, at least 1 in 10, only 1 in 10 that complete that full course. And so that is a serious challenge. Whilst we note and commend the department for increasing the implementation of its service delivery targets, the National Freedom Party is perturbed by the consistent, irregular, and unauthorized expenditure. Honourable Chairperson, the emphasis must not only be on spending, but on quality. And we urge the department to work together with the other relevant departments, which is basic education, we're talking about science and technology, we're talking about the health, we're talking about sports and recreation, so that we create a conducive manner to develop the learners in a school that provides all the necessary service. The National Freedom Party supports this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
It's simple. Mud schools must fall. It looks certain that in the Eastern Cape, mud schools will never be eradicated, at least not in the immediate future. Most of the unsafe places of teaching and learning are found in the Eastern Cape. Government agencies tasked with hiring contractors to eradicate mud schools in the Eastern Cape are giving tenders to companies that were either not registered or been suspended by the government construction watchdog. Now, what I'm getting to here is that basically, whereas it is time for education, proper education to be offered in an environment which is conducive to teaching as well as learning, what is happening in the ever poorer province of Eastern Cape is that our government of the day is not giving that to the pupils who deserve that. Time and time again, teachers are out of school long before the break is on. Time and time again, the mud schools are a threat to the very existence, let alone teaching of the children. Time and time again, teachers are caught up by other students and the media doing funny things to children, right under the watchful eye of education. So there is very, very little hope of improvement of education for the kids down in the Eastern Cape. This is where I come from. So we want to say, as much as the budget, yes, it is needed, but lots of improvement when it comes to the management of education is of critical importance down in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP notes that the committee has recommended that the Minister of Finance consider allocating additional funding to the Department of Basic Education over the medium term for the prioritization of learning and infrastructure needs, and the ACDP supports this recommendation. As all schools must be compliant with new infrastructure norms and standards by November 2016, the ACDP calls on the department to strengthen their monitoring capacity in this regard. We welcome calls for the Jobs for Cash interim report by SACE to be made available to the Portfolio Committee after endorsement by the Council by the 15th of November. This is an issue that has caused great concern. The ACDP is pleased to see the committee is insisting on the strengthening of the internal audit unit to ensure that it effectively carries out its functions. We agree that future quarterly reports must include inclusive education, the percentage of grade R practitioners with NQF levels 4, 5, and 6, and teacher absenteeism. Of course, without effective mechanisms in place to track teacher absenteeism, no progress can be made in this regard. The ACDP adds its voice to calls for interventions in respect of inclusive education, including increasing the number of adequately well-resourced full-service schools, providing effective training and development of educators, and addressing infrastructure challenges. Very importantly, urgent steps must also be taken to resolve the issue with unions in respect of the appointment of principals on the basis of competency assessment and the signing of performance agreements. The Education Department will have to ensure that there are sufficient teachers to effectively implement the introduction of African languages in affected schools and must prioritize teacher training and development throughout the system in order to produce the quality of education required. Education, of course, accounts for 40% of public sector employment and takes the largest share of provincial budgets. The ACDP
Thank
notes,
you, Honourable Member. Your time is
and
up.
we will support this report. Thank you.
AIC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. This report has got some recommendations to make to the Department and Finance Minister for the improvement of our education. Of course, this has to be done, and it's a requirement now according to Section 5 of the Money Bills, Procedures and Related Matters Amendment Act 9 of 2009. This report carries out the assessment of the department throughout the financial year so as to see how the allocated funds were used to benefit the people of this country. It is therefore according to the Constitution that we as a committee should oversee the activities and performance of the Department of Basic Education and its entities. The revision of the revised strategic plan for 2015, 2016, 2019, and 20 is to assist then to reflect more clearly the department's core functions of the policy development, the monitoring, its implementation, and the oversight role on the provinces as according to National Education Policy Act No. 27 of 1996. Of course, teaching and learning is the core business of the department. The improved quality of education, which is our outcome number one, should be seen happening. Without adequate number of teachers, the proper infrastructure, learning and teaching support material, this dream can never be realized. Effective management and accountability will also improve a lot on the part of the schools. Therefore, the proper compensation of teachers as a form of motivation should be seriously considered. The issue of right sizing, which is rationalization of schools, is disturbing a lot It should be urgently attended.
Thank you,
and be
Honorable
completed.
Member. Your time is up. The ANC.
Chairperson, thank you very much. As the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, we did assess the performance of the department, and we were satisfied with most of the improvement that we found as the Portfolio Committee, though there were challenges that we mentioned through our recommendations. But as the Portfolio Committee, we were very much impressed with the steady improvement in the achievement of the targets from 86.6 in 2014-15 to 87.1 in 2015-16, which showed a great improvement in the way the education department is performing. Though we are concerned with some of the provinces that are still lagging behind, but we understand the issues of concurrent function, and our main focus was on the sector DBE more than the provincial performances, as that is done in the legislatures as required by concurrent functions. But one of the areas where we said as a Portfolio Committee, the department needs to focus their attention to is the uneven quality of teacher training that our teachers receive, despite from the various efforts that the department is doing, but there is still a need for them to look at that. And another one that the department needs to focus on is the whole issue of rationalization, more especially in the Eastern Cape, where we find that we still have a number of mud and improper structures, and the process of rationalization hinders the processes and the improvement on such a project of eradicating the mud structures. We also recommended that we need to intensify the implementation and measures to improve the quality of teacher training and development through the system, and ensuring that there is value for money in all the programs that are offered. One of the other main challenges that we as the Portfolio Committee, we looked at was the issue of the internal processes and the internal audit processes, of which we said the department needs to place a very important focus on that, so that in future we don't get the emphasis as we move forward with the audit reports. Otherwise, as a Portfolio Committee, we recommend and accept this report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Order, honorable members. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honorable member.
Chair, will you note the objection of the DA? Thank you.
Objections of the DA will be noted. Honorable member.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Objection of the EFF noted. We now move to the fourth order.
Consideration of budget review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I move, House Chair, that the report be adopted by this House.
Thank you. I've noted that parties would like to make declarations. DA?
Chairperson, this department has regressed from an unqualified audit to a qualified audit with very serious findings. These findings include, and I quote, leadership did not exercise adequate oversight, responsibility regarding financial and performance reporting and compliance. Leadership did not effectively monitor the implementation of action plans developed to address internal control deficiencies. Management did not implement proper record keeping. Management did not implement effective controls over daily and monthly processing and reconciling of transactions. Management did not prepare regular and accurate financial and performance reports, and management did not appropriately review and monitor for compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Now, much of the blame for the regression in audit outcome can be placed on the Community Work Programme, and the department was very quick to blame the implementing agents for its faults. But as the AG's notes indicate, the fault was not with the implementing agents, but with the department, who failed to provide adequate source documents for the payments. So the question is, what has changed since the last audits? Well, for starters, we have a new minister, if you can call a two-minute noodle a minister. A minister who has been so spectacularly unimpressive.
Order,
that
honourable
is-
member. If I may hear very well, there's something you said before the minister. 2-minute noodle, can you please repeat?
Sorry, Chair, it was a point of order call.
No, I was just asking because I didn't hear very well.
Yes, Chair, I called the minister a 2-minute noodle. Can I continue?
You can continue. I'll look at the rules.
A minister who has been
Order,
so
honourable
spectacularly unimpressive.
Order. Yes, what is the point of order, honourable member?
I'm going to Rule 82, the reference to a member in a disrespectful term. Because they say no name to impound the dignity of any member may be used. And a person can look at that rule. And then the other is also unparliamentary in Rule 84. Thank you.
Order, honourable member. I will come back to that issue. You can proceed.
Chair, I happen to quite like 2-minute noodles. A minister who has been so spectacularly unimpressive that his department has gone backwards in just 6 short months. A minister who has consistently denied his involvement with the Guptas, despite increasing evidence to the contrary. A minister who in all likelihood acts as the Guptas' bag man on his in and out visits to Dubai. And a minister who in discussion with a known Gupta affiliate talks about permitting the use of municipal assets as collateral for debt financing. Chairperson, this is nothing less than state capture at a local level. Now, while the DA supports the budget review and recommendation
Order,
report,
honourable member, your time is up.
we have grave misgivings over the minister's
Order.
performance, ability and integrity
Honourable
and
member,
the department's
your time
inadequate
is up.
financial control.
EFF.
The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the Portfolio Committee on Cooperation, Governance and Traditional Affairs budgetary reviews and the recommendation report. This is a very critical portfolio meant to oversee municipal governance and to ensure that traditional leaders operate within the prescripts of the law. But unfortunately, this department cannot do any of what is obligated by the law to do because its political head is a much compromised individual. He's one of the fully trusted by Zuma and the Guptas to deliver the country on a silver platter to the corrupt market.
Order, honourable member. Honourable member.
It's Mr. Zuma or the Honourable Zuma or President Zuma. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. As you've heard already,
On the point of
in
order,
terms of the
Chairperson,
rules,
House Chair.
can I?
House Chair.
I will come back to you. I've noted you. You can take a seat. I've noted you. I just want to respond.
I want to make an
on the-
intervention on what is being said. My microphone is off.
It's not switched off?
Yeah, I want to make an intervention. I want to make an intervention on what she said there. He said the Zumas and the Guptas. We can't refer to both Duduzane Zuma as honorables here.
Honourable member.
There's nothing out of order with what
Order.
he said. So there's a Zuma who
Honourable
can be
member
called a master or
Shibambo,
honourable
can you
here, but
please
the
take a
Zumas and the
seat?
Guptas are corrupt. He has got every right to say that in the House now. No withdrawal.
Honourable member. Honourable member on the podium, there's a point of order that has been called. I would like you to clarify your reference. Were you referring in general Zumas or were you referring to the president?
I'm referring to the group of Zumas and the Guptas, Chairperson.
Can proceed.
Mr. Van Rooyen was going to be used by this corrupt mafia to capture the treasury. When they failed, he was transferred to cooperative governance and traditional affairs to continue the looting of state resources for the benefit of that Consoya family and their pawn, Mr. Zuma. We cannot, with clear conscience, trust Mr. Van Rooyen to run COGTA. We cannot trust him to reign in municipalities that have been captured by Zuma and Guptas. He's one of the Gupta's most loyal servants, and it has now transpired that he visited the Guptas 7 times in 1 week just before he was appointed finance minister to take orders on how to hand over treasury to the Guptas. His legal challenges on the public protector report is an indication of how much these people are prepared to go to defend their rot. It is for this reason that we call on all South Africans to go and support the march against the state capture in Pretoria tomorrow, 2nd November. The future of our country depends on it. If we fail to defend this country now, it will be lost forever. And we trust that our Honorable Jackson team will be part of it. We reject this report. We reject Van Rooyen, and we reject state capture
Order.
led by Zuma. It's a useful idiot of the good
Honourable
class.
member, can you please make reference to members of this House in an appropriate term, Mr. or Honourable?
Noted, Chair.
No, just repeat it because you said Van Rooyen. Can you please say Honourable or Mr.?
But there's nothing honourable about Van Rooyen.
Honourable member. Honourable member, we're not debating whether a member is honourable or whatever. They are to order. There are two references that have been agreed that can be used, whether we say Mr., Ms., or Honourable. So you please make the reference appropriately.
Meneer Van Des Van Rooyen. Thanks, sir.
IFP. Order, honourable member. We're not debating the essence of whether a member, honourable member. Order. Order, honourable member. Can we allow the IFP to proceed?
Ngiyathokoza, Sihlalo. The findings before us, as far as this report is concerned, for one, is that the department incurred irregular expenditure of 482.2 million rands, an increase of 155.3 million rands. There was unspent funds of 1.5 billion rands, which has now been rolled over for ESCOM and for water services. The financial management of the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency continues to be cause for concern. And so that tells you the problem that we are faced with. There are no controls in the department. There's an absence of leadership in the department. And I think the fact that the minister was changed and subsequently the DG who was there had left has compounded the problem. So if you're speaking about efficiency, if you're speaking about compliance and the presence of leadership which is equal to the task, the department is increasingly finding itself wanting. The CRL Rights Commission continues to do good work, and we want to applaud them, and they do so on a shoestring budget, and we want to applaud the initiative which they launched last week with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, because that's the only way now which they can find funds. They're not getting any joy from the department. We want to warn the Municipal Demarcation Board to desist from politically motivated redemarcations which are pursued by the board, because in the end they result in chaos, as we saw in Vuwani, and destruction to property. We emphasize that the redemarcation process must be done to enhance development and not for questionable political bias. Traditional leadership remains an integral part of our governance system in this country, and every effort, of course, must be made to ensure that it's sustained as we continue with the process of nation building and social cohesion. The recreation of the department falls squarely on the shoulders of the minister, who has failed outright and most dismally to provide the necessary leadership to rescue the department.
House Chairperson, we want to make the following observations as National Freedom Party. Firstly, there is underspending on both the disaster relief grant and the municipal disaster recovery grant. At a time when 8 of our 9 provinces have been crippled by drought, we find it irresponsible of the department to underspend on these 2 grants. The majority of subsistence farmers in these provinces are facing a threat to their household food security and enormous financial hardship. It is inconceivable that money is available for relief and assistance, yet it is not spent. Urgent intervention is necessary, and we urge the department to attend to this shameful situation without any delay. Secondly, the NFP notes with grave disappointment that the incidents of irregular expenditure in the department have increased. There is no rational or reasonable justification for such irregular expenditure, and we believe that the department is not setting a good example for district and local municipalities. We encourage the department to make every effort possible to curtail irregular expenditure and to adhere fully to the prescribed supply chain management. House Chairperson, these are the concerns we are putting forward as the NFP, we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, UDM.
Honorable Deputy Chair, thanks for the opportunity. The sphere of local government is a very, very critical sphere. It is where local people are able to say directly to government, this is what we want to have done. Now, for such a department to be headed by a man, the current minister, who appears to be so unsettled emotionally and intellectually, it is actually an embarrassment to the local government people. It is the case. In of court, out of court.
Point of
He's
order.
never sure whether he wants to proceed or doesn't want to proceed.
Order.
Typically a
Filtane.
captured person. Thank you.
Honorable Filtane, can you take your seat? There's a point of order raised.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm rising on rule number 84, whereby the member is casting aspersions on the intellectual capacity of the minister or emotional maturity of the minister, which is wrong. Thank you.
Honorable member Filtane.
Yes, Principal.
A point of order has been raised on the reference that you have made on the, well, you called it emotional and intellectual status of the minister currently, which the member has actually raised in terms of Rule 84, that this is unparliamentary.
Okay.
Is
So what
that
do I do about that?
Order.
Honorable Chair?
Honorable member,
Yes.
is that what you refer to in terms of your statement, or would you like to withdraw?
Well, I can withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable
Comfortably.
member.
All right. Let me proceed. So therefore, it is most unfortunate that this department is headed by a person, of the current, the caliber of the current minister, because that's where people can engage with government face to face. Irregular expenditure is actually criminal. And you wonder if under the current, minister, any people, any officials who engage in irregular expenditure, let alone wasteful, just irregular, the rules are very, very clear. That's unlawful. That's when you go against stated laws of the country. It should, we wonder if he will make sure that those people are, are prosecuted. Now, lastly, under expenditure is another critical element. Right where I come from in Butterworth, there was rampant, irregular and wasteful expenditure. And it's only now that 2013, 2014, people are beginning to, to be prosecuted. And we hope that he is going to support that, as is the case in BCM as well, and in so many other local government, locations around the country. But we do support the budget because we believe that it will help. It is intended to help people, let alone the mess that is happening. Thank you.
ANC.
House Chair, the ANC welcomes the report and also applauds the department for its sterling work in ensuring that the cooperative governance is improved in all spheres of government, irrespective of the leading party. As we are committed to create a better life for all, we note that the progress made to improve performance in all key performance areas through implementation of the back-to-back basics program. We are very encouraged by the acknowledgement of the challenges in areas such as service delivery in municipalities, record management administration of the CWP, inadequate support to the traditional councils and dysfunctional traditional councils. We also welcome the commitment by the minister and his department made to address these challenges and report on a regular basis on the progress made in that regard. The ANC remains committed and respects the democratic processes and their outcome. We shall ensure that all municipal councils function optimally to deliver services to every community. We condemn the unfortunate incidents which occurred in metros such as Nelson Mandela, Johannesburg, and Tshwane, which disrupted business of councils. We shall work closely with the minister in intensifying the implementation of back-to-back basic program in all municipalities in the country, especially those facing serious challenges, even if they are not led by the ANC. The ANC supports this budget.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Honorable members, order. There was a
Please.
Point order.
Chairperson, please
Yes.
note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. The objections noted. The report approved. Order, honorable members. There was a point of order raised earlier and in consultation with the table which was in relation to Rule 82, subsection 3 on the reference to member in respectful terms. We will consult the Hansard and look at whether the point of order that was raised should be sustained and come back and report to the House. Thank you very much. The motion on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Honorable NF Shibambo. Honorable NF Shibambo will move the motion.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I move that this House must note that Advocate Tuli Silema Donsela finished a 7-year term of office of the Public Protector of South Africa on the 14th of October 2016. Further note that during a tenure as Public Protector, the Office of the Public Protector received heightened attention and high approval by members of the public in South Africa. That the heightened attention and high approval was due to the reality that her office treated all matters brought to her attention without fear or favor, and that the reports of the Public Protector were mostly endorsed by the courts and set lucid judicial jurisprudence that assisted in clarifying the powers of the Public Protector. Recognizes that Advocate Madonsela has received many domestic and international honors for the role she played as Public Protector in South Africa, which include 3 honorary doctorates. Acknowledges that Rule 62(2) of the National Assembly rules empowers the National Assembly by a resolution to invite any person to address the House, that we must resolve in terms of Rule 62(2) that this National Assembly must invite Advocate Tulisile Madonsela to address the National Assembly on a date to be agreed upon by the Program Committee, but before the end of the annual session of 2016, that the address must specifically focus on Advocate Tulima Donsela's experiences during a tenure as Public Protector and lessons that should be applied to all public representatives, public servants, and the public in the provision of quality services for all. I so move, House Chairperson.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? Yes, Honourable Member.
We are objecting and indeed would like to make our own declaration on the matter.
Are there any other parties wishing to make declarations? ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. Let us begin by joining those who have acknowledged the contribution that Advocate Tulisile Madonsela has made to our people in, amongst others, the fight against corruption and maladministration. Evidence of Advocate Tulima Madonsela's work is there for all South Africans to see. Indeed, it cannot be gainsaid that her dedication to her work has drawn heightened attention to the Office of the Public Protector. However, honorable members, we are not here today to debate the highlights and lowlights of Advocate Madonsela's legacy. The question before us today is a procedural one: whether this august House should invoke Rule 62(2) to invite the good advocate to address the House. As well quoted in the motion, The ruling point empowers the NA to invite anyone to address it. It should be noted that there are no guidelines on the criteria to invite persons to address the House. In this regard, we would like to propose that the Rules Committee should provide guidelines. Honourable members will recall that according to Rule 2 of this rule book, the 8th source of authority of the NA is, open quotes, any conventions or practices that have been established in the NA by agreement and usage over a period of time, close quote. Rule 9.1 of this rule book further provides that conventions and practices may be varied by agreement amongst the parties and reviewed from time to time as decided by the Rules Committee. Honourable House Chair, let us suggest to the House that the silence of Rule 62.2 is broken by Rule 2. In other words, this House should be guided by its conventions in deciding who to invite to address it. Going through the records of the NA reveals that amongst invitees to address the House have been Mr. Kofi Annan, former UN Secretary General, Mr. Yasser Arafat, former President of the Republic of Palestine, former President Nelson Mandela, former President F.W. de Klerk, Justice Pius Langa, former Chief Justice, and Justice S. Ngobo, former Chief Justice. It seems to me, indeed, also the House, that the House has in the past invited people by virtue of the offices that they had previously held. In other words, invitees have hitherto been former heads of state, former heads of institutions of global governance, and former heads of the judicial arm of state. In this regard, former heads of Chapter 9 institutions have never been invited to address the House. If the House was to invite one to address it in 2016, it will be the first time it happens, and thus a variance in convention, which, like any other, would have to comply with Rule 9.1. However, honourable members, the draft resolution before us does not seek to persuade the House to invite Advocate Madonsela in her capacity as a former head of a Chapter 9 institution, but to invite her in recognition of her contribution as an individual who happened to be a head of Chapter 9 institution. In other words, we are being persuaded to vary the convention and practices of the NA to provide for inviting any person who performs his or her duties remarkably. The question is, where do we draw the line? Shall this House invite outstanding judges, premiers, mayors, sports persons? The list is endless. But there is no convention by agreement or usage to recognize the contribution of retiring heads of Chapter 9 institutions. In fact, there is such a convention. The NA has since establishment of the office on Chapter 9 institutions in the office of the Speaker been holding farewell functions in honor of retiring heads of Chapter 9 institutions. Indeed, these platforms have been used to afford former heads of Chapter 9 institutions to address members of the Assembly on any issue of their choice. We have suggested to the sponsors of the resolution that this avenue is available for Advocate Madonsela to address members of the Assembly. They seemed amenable to our suggestion at the time. House Chair, when all is said and done, the question is whether to vary or not to vary the NA convention and practices. In this regard, we stand unpersuaded that there is a necessity to vary convention. In our view, there are no compelling circumstances to invite a former head of Chapter 9 institutions to address the House when there is an avenue that can be used to achieve the same results. We do not see anything fundamentally flawed with only inviting former heads of arm of state and former heads of structures of global governments to address the House. We again make the proposal that Rule 9.1 be invoked for the Rules Committee to consider extending invitations to other individuals who have made notable contributions to society. Until then, we believe that the farewell function in honor of Advocate Thuli Madonsela, organized by the Office of the Speaker, is sufficient recognition of her remarkable contribution to our people. The ANC opposes the draft resolution. Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Madam House Chair. I'd like to, at the outset, take issue with the Honourable Mthembu's interpretation of the rules. As you're all aware, the previous convention was for members' business to be placed before House business until the new rules came out in May this year. And it's very clear, Honourable Mthembu, that the rules trump conventions always. And the rule is very clear, and there are new rules that were negotiated and printed in 2016, that 62.2 says the National Assembly may, by resolution, invite any person to address the House. So I'm afraid your argument holds no water whatsoever. It is somewhat churlish of you to pursue that argument. However, the honour to extend the opportunity to address the National Assembly to someone who is not a member of Parliament is an honour not to be bestowed lightly. The test, in our view, must be whether the status, dignity and gravitas of the person to be invited will add value not only to the discussions of this House, but also to our constitutional democracy. Judge Madala, as quoted by the Chief Justice in the Nkandla judgment, said certain values in the Constitution have been designated as foundational to our democracy. If these values are not observed and their precepts not carried out conscientiously, we have a recipe for a constitutional crisis of great magnitude. You may want to take note, Honourable Mthembu. In respect of the protection of our constitutional democracy, Chief Justice Mogoeng found that the Public Protector is one of the most invaluable constitutional gifts to our nation in the fight against corruption, unlawful enrichment, prejudice and impropriety in state affairs, and for the betterment of good governance. You may want to hear her on that. It cannot be denied that the person of Thuli Madonsela gave meaning to the potential of the Office of the Public Protector as an institution paramount to our constitutional order. It is for this reason that she was vilified by many in the ANC who do not espouse the foundational values of our Constitution and rather see the levers of state power as a means to enrich themselves, their friends and their families. Perhaps that's why you don't want to hear. This is an ongoing battle, and the possibility of what Judge Madala called a constitutional crisis of great magnitude will not be averted for as long as the Guptas, the Zumas, the Van Rooyens, the Zwanis, and more recently the Abramses are to be found amongst us. Ms. Madonsela, during her tenure as Public Protector, acted as both moral compass and beacon of hope to South Africans. Therefore, she, if granted the opportunity to address Parliament, will definitely be able to add value to the national conversation. The dignified and authoritative way in which she performed her duties without fear, favour or prejudice also serves a recommendation for an invitation to be extended to her. The Democratic Alliance wholeheartedly supports this motion.
Thank you. Honourable Sibambu.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, I must say I'm very disappointed with the Chief Whip of the majority party, because when he came into office new, and with his utterances of 2 weeks ago, he seemed to be a bit different in terms of how he's going to handle the caucus of the ruling party here in Parliament. And some of the things are just basic, Chief Whip. The resolution that you have had for a very long time, says that we are inviting the former public protector to address specifically to focus on her experiences during a tenure as a public protector. And then you come here to argue that we say that we're inviting her on a personal capacity. We are saying that she must come and speak about her experiences as a public protector, because she must share experiences of how do we as public representatives avoid undue delays, undue benefits, and the corrupt practices that happen in all levels of the state. What is wrong with just listening to a person who has gained experience? I mean, what kind of a political party is that which refuses proudly to listen to a person who has gained experiences on a specific field, which will be very invaluable in terms of how we take our governance issues forward? So I think those are some of the basic things. And also, don't be arrested that it never happened before, therefore it cannot happen moving forward. When Judge Pius Langa addressed the National Assembly, that had not happened before. Why can't we do that with the head of a Chapter 9 institution to say that we're doing it for the first time as the 5th democratic parliament? What is wrong with doing that? Let's be sensible and invite Advocate to Lisile Madonsela to come and address the House. If we disagree with her, we'll tell her that we disagree with her. If we can take lessons, we'll say that we have taken lessons from what she has got to learn as a public protector of South Africa. If Busisi Wemkwebana does better as a PP, when she finishes a term of office, by that time the EFF will be government. We're going to invite her as well to come and share experiences. There won't be a problem in terms of how. So it's a sensible, basic logic that we must apply to, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you
Let's
very
vote correctly on this motion because we're going to vote that we invite Tulima Donsela to come and address the House. Thank you very much.
IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, I think there's common purpose here that we certainly as members of Parliament need to afford people who have made significant contributions to this country an opportunity to address this House. And that is why the rules make provision for that. And what we have to decide is who are those significant individuals. What we must not do is allow personal prejudices for or against the persona of the individual to influence us in making a decision. We have heard that for the first time, well, we heard in passing in the programming committee that the Honourable Speaker has issued an invitation. But we do not have the benefit of details of that particular invitation. What is it going to entail? Where is the address going to take place? Will we all as members of Parliament be invited to that particular address? And will the public, through the media channels that are available to us, both print and electronic, be given an opportunity to exactly hear what the individual has said? And I think as Parliament, we need to ensure that this Parliament is for the people, by the people. It's on the approach that I think there is going to be some disagreement on whether the public protector as a persona is invited to this podium to address us, or whether we do it in another forum but achieve the same objective. I believe that we need to think carefully about the way we approach this matter and allow the Office of the Speaker to give us full details of what has been envisaged, because even the motion states that she should come in by the end of the year, by the end of the time we rise. It's possible that even before that, the public protector will be given an opportunity to address us. So I think let us get more details from the Office of the Chief Whip and the Office of the Speaker so we can take an informed decision on this matter.
Thank you very much. NFP.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. As National Freedom Party, we are agreeing with the expression that is given forth by the sponsor of the motion, of the draft resolution as such. And then it moves to saying, as Parliament, we are about to set precedent. Of course, we're cognizant of Rule 62.2, which allows that Parliament can invite any member to come and address the House. But of course, it doesn't expand from that. Then the Chief Whip of the majority party has invoked Rule 2 and Rule 9. Now, it begins to say, therefore, in our country, there are so many other eminent people, distinguished people, in various spheres of government. They are there in sports, they are there in politics, they are there in economy, they are there in education, all over. Now, if Parliament were to move towards this direction, which I believe, therefore, the Speaker, the sponsor of the motion wants us to set a precedent that a person who's distinguished, a person who is eminent in our country should be given an opportunity to come and address the House. I believe, therefore, this should be subjected to the rules of Parliament, and it's good that the Speaker has already begun some spade work to say she's inviting on behalf of this Parliament. Perhaps it would be proper for us as Parliament to be privy to the whole motion given by the Speaker with regard to the invitation of the Public Protector. I believe all of us are moving towards the right direction, and of course we concur with the sponsor of the motion, but I think Parliament should be given some space to say how do we do it, because there are so many people who are distinguished who should be allowed to come and address Parliament. I think we should be moving towards that direction. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Member UDM.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today, unlike 7 or even 14 years ago, South Africans of all social and economic backgrounds can associate with the Office of the Public Protector. This due to the outstanding work done by the outgone Public Protector, Advocate Thuli Madonsela. Today, we can safely say that our constitutional democracy is safely guarded, at least by the Chapter 9 institutions, and in particular the Public Protector and the courts. It is said that as a nation we had to part ways with such an outstanding servant of our people. However, it is relieving to know that she has laid firm and indispensable foundations for the success of the current and future public protectors, and that she gave practical meaning to our system of multi-party democracy. Certainly, we have no doubt that our system of democracy will miss her for her great contribution in building a just and caring society. We hope that the new role she has found for herself will enable her to continue her contribution to the task of transforming the nation for the better. She has been a pillar of hope, in particular for the most vulnerable within our communities, against the vultures who stood to squander the resources meant to better the lives of the hopeless. Her address to this House will provide an opportunity for her to share with us skills, knowledge, and wisdom she amassed during her term of office, and thus position the House to better understand the institution of the Public Protector. It's not about the person, it's about the office of the Public Protector. She is the one and only who has managed successfully to start a process which enabled the highest court in the land to bring the current president of the country to the notion that there was no disrespect by him for the constitution of this country. An outstanding achievement by any measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Cope.
Thank you very much. I support the invitation. Those who say no do not want the truth. They don't want democracy. What South Africans face today is both painful and was unexpected, we must say, at least 12 years ago. South Africa has become a dictatorial state. Hence, to have his dictatorship, for example, implemented, Mr. Zuma does a number of things. Number one, he destroys Chapter 9 institutions. Number two, he appoints ministers and deputy ministers with a very clear mandate to kill. For example, he himself, in Johannesburg, at the amphitheater, he stood up and said, remove the police in this particular fashion. Let us, I emphasize, have the force instead of police as service. That is the first one. Number two, he has put into service a minister now called Kele, who went out and said the police must shoot to kill. He, at some stage, it is unfortunate, put in Mbalula, who said, shoot, go out and shoot I suppose
Order,
people remember
honorable
this.
member. Order.
Now all these things, he
Order,
said,
honorable member.
shoot the bastard.
Honorable Madisha, you have 1 second left and there is
Point
a
of
point
order.
of order. Can I hear the point of order?
Reference point 82, reference to a member in respectful terms. It is honorable. Thank you.
Honorable Madisha,
What?
in your speech, you referred to a Minister Mbalula just as Mbalula. Can you?
Honorable,
Thank
he
you.
said, shoot the bastard. Honorable Kyle said,
Honorable
shoot
member,
to
your time
kill.
is now up. Thank you.
MKMVA gets
Thank you
money
very much.
from
Thank you.
government and they go on to kill. We can't allow that.
SADP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP supports this motion, but we were interested to hear from the Chief Whip about the invitation from the Speaker. And had we have known that, I think that's also a way to go. But at this stage, indeed, when the Public Protector appeared before us in the Justice Committee, she in fact asked for the opportunity to address Parliament. And we know that the rules do make provision for it. And yes, the rules need to be developed, as you have indicated, Chief Whip. But this would be a wonderful opportunity. And it's regrettable that even in the Justice Committee, rightly or wrongly, due to time constraints in the program, she was not able to present her annual report when she was scheduled to appear before it. Now, we know she's been widely acclaimed for her courage and bravery, standing up against fraud and corruption, and her office winning many awards. She's won many awards. Indeed, she was referred to as the biblical David, standing up against Goliath. So it would, in our view, be very helpful for her to make some concluding remarks on her tenure, on the high standard, on the cooperation with Parliament, on some of the challenges she experienced, on the financial challenges. And indeed, we could learn a lot, as the ANC Secretary-General indicated, that the ANC had learned a lot from her and she had saved the ANC from itself. So it would also be an opportunity for us all to learn from her and to learn from other Chapter 9 institutions that are struggling with this issue. Indeed, the question was raised, why should Chapter 9 institutions have to account through the ministers? And maybe that is something, Chief Whip, we need to look at when we are looking at the rules. The whole issue of Chapter 9's accounting to Parliament via the ministers of the particular departments. So in our view, Chairperson, we believe that this is a sound resolution, but we're also mindful that we are developing the rules in this regard going forward as to who should be invited to address us. We believe this is a worthy candidate and we can all learn from that.
Much.
Thank you very much.
Ahang.
Honorable Chair, I really don't know what the ANC is afraid of, because Thuli Madonsela is a special one. She stood firm against all odds when she was pursuing the issue of Nkandla, and I think she really needs to come in. We are traumatized every year by being addressed by the president, who we know is corrupt. So if this National Assembly can have time to listen to President Zuma, I don't know why can't we listen to the public protector who stood firm, distinguishable, brave and honest. But it's very clear that the ruling party is not prepared.
Order, Chairperson. This side.
What's the point of order, honorable member?
I'm rising on the basis of Rule 84. The member has raised unsubstantiated points against the president. So I think that you must make a ruling on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I will look into that.
House Chairperson.
Thank you.
House Chairperson, if I may address you, I think Rule 84 is the incorrect rule to rise on. But in deliberating on the matter, I would point your good self to the Squire's judgment in assessing whether what the Honourable Palmer said factually
Honourable
based
Member,
and backed up by court.
I said I'll look into the matter. Actually, Rule 84 is about unparliamentary and unacceptable language. That's why I said I'll look into that. Thank you. Continue, Honourable Lonama.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On behalf of our gang, we are not going to be part of those who are betraying our nation by not celebrating brave women like Metulima Donsela, and while they are becoming praise singers of the president of our time today. So I am saying she has to come here and address us. She is special, and then she has done her work very well. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's allow her to come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member wishing to make a declaration? None. I now put the question again. Are there any objections? In light of the objection, I will put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the noes have it. Honorable Shibambo?
I call for division.
A division having
we want
been...
to see who are the responsible people who are going to refuse to invite the public protector.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Honorable members, order. The question before the House is that the motion in the name of Honorable Shibambu be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Any member who hasn't voted? Thank you. For voting session is now closed. Thank you very much. Order, honorable members. Is there something there that I need to? Honorable Matangu? Can I hear what the problem is? I want to read the results. Matangu?
Honorable, thank you, Honorable Chair. My system is not working, I'm sorry.
The machine. That will be taken into consideration, I think. Thank you. Honorable members, order. You too. Honorable members, is that a problem with the machine also? Please, is noted. Honorable members, the results are in. I can't hear you. Honorable members, these are the results. Those in favor, the yes, 89. The noes, 183. Abstain, 8. So the motion is not agreed to. The next order, honorable members, order. The next item on the order paper is a subject for discussion in the name of Mr. M.A. Lama on reviewing South Africa's relationship with the International Monetary Fund, IMF and the World Bank. Honorable Toyama. Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Can we listen to the honorable member on the podium?
Honorable Chair.
Continue, honorable member.
Chair, Honorable Deputy President. It's gone. Honorable Chair, honorable members, for Africa and South Africa in particular to claim its economic independence must negotiate the terms of their economic development from the international financial system, the World Bank and the IMF be made more democratic and accountable. With the developing countries unable to deal with their debts, it's more urgent now for South Africa to lead a campaign for IMF and the World Bank to scrap the debts in poor countries. We must be wary of covert or overt methods of economic colonialism. A country that a country cannot ascertain its sovereignty or identity
Honorable
without
members.
economic freedom.
Honorable Tloyama, Kanyani Pap. Honorable members, the noise levels are too high. Please, let's listen to the member on the podium. Continue, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. A country cannot ascertain its sovereignty or identity without economic freedom. With these two institutions, IMF and World Bank, undermining the integrity of domestic foreign policy formulation and ambitiously promoting the interest of international financial and corporate capital, South Africa must take necessary steps to escape this economic dungeon. Honorable Chair, our country is very much in the hands of international capital. Most of our democratic dispensation misfortunes came as a result of this illegitimate economic domination, propelled by IMF and international financial subsidiaries. We are forced, Honorable Chair, if not a matter of life and death, to deal accurately with these international hyenas, professional thieves. Otherwise, our achievement will only be symbols like flags and statues, while our assets, money, is somewhere else. Honorable Chair, you look at the imposition of the structural adjustment and sectoral adjustment done in the way which the IMF require for developing countries to adapt in order for them to give them financial assistance. Is pure slavery. Honorable Chair, our country is still an economic colony of the Bretton Woods institution. Our leaders are reduced into beggars while we have mineral resources and others. We have become slaves of convenience and swallowed in the process. When we try to box ourselves out of these institutions, they have power to decide whether a country succeeds or not. We must be bold to decide who to trade with. We must decide how we make our agreements. We shouldn't be dictated to. These institutions, Honorable Chair, they remote control us. They influence our policy direction. They are making us an extension of their own dominance while they are far apart from us. We must do what is best for our country. A country that is not in control of their economic direction is a lost one, chained in the comfort of soft dominance by the West. For South Africa to escape the obvious trappings of the IMF and World Bank, it must act now with boldness and bravery. Review all trade agreements that are not beneficial or less favorable to our country. If South Africa continues with these neoliberal policies with blind loyalty, then we must declare that our democracy means being a client state, or to be frank, a big market to the West through IMF or World Bank. While our people are suffering, not benefiting from these microeconomic policies inspired by structural adjustment of IMF. Finally, for us to succeed, we need bold leadership who are willing to pay the ultimate price to radically make South Africa a country for our own, a country that serves people, so that at the end we can deliver to all the promises of our people. I really urge honourable members to look into this so that we can save our country. It can become better than other African states that we have seen come before our democracy. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Khadebe.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and honorable ministers, deputy ministers, and the members of this august house. This debate comes at the right time, when we have celebrated the 99th anniversary of the birth of the late president of the ANC, Comrade Oliver Tambo, who was an internationalist par excellence. President Oliver Tambo was able to lead the ANC through the turbulent time of the Cold War, where the world was divided into East and West. He ensured that the ANC has the footprint in both the Eastern and Western capitals of the world. So when coming to the issues of the World Bank and the IMF, really they are a byproduct of 1945
1945 agreement between the victors of the Second World War. So what has happened throughout with these institutions is that as the African countries, in the Latin African countries, countries in Asia, countries in Latin America were breaking the chains of colonialism, the people of the world came together in Bandung in 1955, where they came with the principles of international solidarity. Because there are certain wars which you can never win if you fight as a single country. That's why I'll just quote a few of those principles which are used by the international solidarity movement. One is the respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. Two, non-interference in the internal affairs of another country. Three, the recognition of equality of all races, nations, large and small. So when you look at the operations of the IMF and the World Bank, you find that they have deviated from these principles of Bandung. First of all, by promoting the issues of the structural adjustment policies, they ensured that the countries which are least developed, they had to forfeit their ability to determine the policies of those countries. How did they do that? First of all, they'll always recommend, one, is that the governments of the day must privatize the state-owned entities, so that as they privatize the state-owned entities, which are usually used to provide better services for the citizens of those countries, those state-owned entities tend to be taken up by the people who've got capital, who are usually coming outside of that country. So in the process, as it happened in Bolivia, where the water was privatized, in the process, the people had limited access to water. So what happens is that through this World Bank and IMF, they undermine the territorial integrity of the country and the right of the country to determine its policies. But what is also very important is that they always fought for that the emerging countries must remove the state subsidies on any commodities which are in this country, or on those countries. But when we look today, is that when you go to the West in Europe, you go to America, you find that the cows, the cattle of those countries are actually more subsidized than the people who are from the sub-Saharan Africa. So this simply means that a cow of England actually gets more money than the citizens of the African continent. So that's why the issue of the World Bank must be looked thoroughly. That's why it's very rare that we agree with the Ahang. But today, I agree with them that we have to relook at that relationship. But in order for us to look at that relationship, we must look what we can do. We must break the chains of colonialism. How can we do that? It's very simple. The late president of the ANC said in the Bandung conference, I'll quote him, "The significance of this conference therefore lies in the fact that sponsors and the people who are meeting have themselves been centuries the subjects of exploitation and foreign domination by Western colonial powers and have decided to take the destiny of their people and their countries into their own hands," unquote. So what was the clarion call which was made by Oliver Tambo? He was basically saying that all those people who were colonized, they must take their fate into their own hands. This ANC-led government has done that already. That's why, as we're speaking today, it has come with the alternative mechanisms of the World Bank and IMF. That's why last year, a new development bank was launched in Shanghai. That new development bank was launched so that whatever loans which are provided to the other countries, they don't come with the conditions whereby the states are going to lose their sovereignty. But what is also important is that on the issue of financing, we supported, this ANC-led government has ensured that the fora, like the TICAD, that is the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, was taking all the African countries on board so that whatever development which is taking place in those countries must come with the permission of the resident governments. So also when you go to the issues like the FOCAC, the Forum for Africa, for China and Africa Cooperation, what was critical about that is that through the FOCAC, for the first time last year, it was held in South Africa. So when it was held in South Africa, you find out what has happened. The Chinese government had pledged more than $60 billion worth of investment into the African continent. Where did it go to? It went to the programs which are going to uplift the African continent by ensuring that the infrastructure of the continent, which is used to integrate the continent, is come in a cheap loans and credit extensions. But what is very important also is that this ANC-led government has ensured that through the AU, we adopted the Agenda 2063 document with the Africa we want. In this Africa we want, we are very clear that all over us as the continent, we are going to have a singular focus that all the resources of the countries are not going to be exploited by the external forces. Instead, the continent will act as a single unit to ensure that whatever investment we are doing will be able to...
Honorable Khadebe,
Yes,
please
Honorable
take your
Chair,
seat.
can you please save our ears from Honorable
Thank
Hadebe?
you, that's
He
not
must
a-
take water, he must
Honorable
be cool,
member.
he must relax, straight to the
That's
point.
not a point of order. Please sit. Continue, Honorable Khadebe.
When coming to the chairperson, the ANC-led government has also played its role in coordinating African states through the EU in adopting progressive programs like the Agenda 2063. The Africa we want, through this program, the African states focus on industrialization, beneficiation of mineral resources of the African continent, building productive infrastructure which will promote the regional integration of the African continent, promote the strategic human resource development of the youth of the continent, and then promote human rights of the citizens of the continent. This is done through leveraging funding for the continent through its coordinated action in fora like FOCAC, TICAT, AGOA, and Africa EU EPAS. These things never happened before. When the World Bank came into the country, they come with these stringent conditions to ensure that that country collapses at the end of the day. But we really appreciate the ANC-led government that it was able to attack that, the hegemony of these institutions. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Menir.
Chairperson, the fact that we are here today to debate a motion entitled Reviewing South Africa's Relationship with the IMF and the World Bank is testament to the complete irrelevance of a gang South Africa. We are in deep economic trouble. Economic growth has been revised down to 0.5%. Inflation is outside the target range at 6.1%. National debt exceeds 2 trillion. Ratings agencies are circling us like sharks, and 8.9 million people do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. And that is not to mention the fact that National Director of Public Prosecutions, Sean Abrahams, recently whipped out his pea shooter, took careful aim, fired, and promptly hit himself and this economy in the foot. And yet, the best the honourable member can come up with is to call for a debate on South Africa's relationship with the IMF and the World Bank, which is a debate you would expect to take place in a country like Venezuela. It's the kind of debate boardroom communists like the Honourable Buti Manamela, who effortlessly glides between the Politburo and the boardroom with a copy of Das Kapital in one hand and a Havana cigar in the other, dressed in a Gucci suit, sporting the mandatory red tie. It's the kind of debate that he relishes. And it's the kind of debate red directors like the Honourable Smokestack Rob Davies, who is still fighting structural adjustment, CIA plots, and the Cold War relish. But it's not the kind of debate that is going to do anything to help the 8.9 million people who do not have jobs or who have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. And Speaker, while I'm dealing with the boardroom communists, let me remind the people who are struggling to put bread on the table that those two ministers disgracefully helped themselves to approximately 3.7 million rand to buy themselves new ministerial cars. But this motion does give us an opportunity to think about our place in the world.
On a point of order,
see-
can you sit, Honorable Menir? Honorable Deputy Minister?
There's no fact in what the honourable member has just said. It's unsubstantiated. It's false. It's a lie. There's no proof in what he has just said.
Honorable Menir, we know that such statements need to be on substantive motions. But continue, Honorable Member, I will get
Thank you,
advice on
Chairperson. The
that.
Honourable Member evidently hasn't read his own budget. But as I was saying, this motion does give us an opportunity to think about our place in the world. You see, President Jacob Zuma has chosen to look to the BRICS, most importantly to the R in BRICS, which of course stands for his favorite managed democracy, Russia. And that it is because it has an economic model which holds so much appeal for President Jacob Zuma. It's the economics of who you know rather than what you know. And it's the economics of the backroom deal rather than open competition that appeals so much to President Zuma. Whatever the case, what we should be reviewing is our relationship with the R in BRICS, which survives only through intimidation, the fear of the knock on the door at midnight, and the gulag. But in the end, what we should really be debating in this House is the complete lack of leadership on the economy coming from President Jacob Zuma, which in a large part explains why 8.9 million people do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. The fact is, fiscal expansion is not an option with gross loan debt of 2.23 trillion rand. Monetary policy easing is not an option with inflation outside the target range at 6.1%. And although implementing structural reform is an option, implementation of structural reforms has stalled in South Africa. And that is because it's the politics that is killing the economics in South Africa. Because the truth is that President Jacob Zuma and the band of suck-ups, opportunists, deal makers, thieves, and rent seekers who surround him are killing the economy in South Africa. And so if you do not have a job or you have given up looking for a job, know this. President Jacob Zuma knows so little about how to help your struggle to find a job that he cannot even remember the 9 points in his 9-point plan. That is why if you want a job, or you have to ensure that President Jacob Zuma does not have a job.
Thank you,
because
Honourable
as long
Menir,
as President
your time
Jacob Zuma has a job,
expired. Thank you.
will never.
Honourable Lowe?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. While a debate on the relationship with the IMF and the World Bank may appear to be of very little material consequences, there is, however, a much deeper and a more subtle ideological substance that require considerations, particularly in the light of the EFF's vision of economic development of an industrial economy. The following are worth noting, Chair. Proposals such as how to deal with tax avoidance decisively, or how South Africa can fund fee-free quality higher education through pension funds, where the state is used as an instrument of capitalist class rule and revamped structural adjustment programs, the National Treasury, with the support of the IMF and the World Bank, is implementing through the facade of fiscal consolidation. Evident from the Minister of Finance medium-term budget policy statement speech, where non-interest expenditure will grow by an annual average of 1.2% in real terms over the medium-term expenditure framework period, while debt service cost nominal value growth by 10.1% over the same period. Assistance on spending patterns that maintains status quo of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and turning a blind eye to corporate illicit financial flows. When South Africa have more than 8 million people unemployed, more than 12 million living in poverty and social conflict, that has consolidated inequalities that could lead to civil war if not addressed decisively. To appreciate the impact and continuing presence of the IMF and the World Bank in South Africa without reflecting on more than 300 years' history of building a capitalist system of accumulation based on black cheaper labor. One has to understand that the neoliberal organizations in the ANC, SACP, and COSATU in alliance are currently governing South Africa on behalf of the ruling capitalists with the assistance of the IMF and the World Bank. Also, one has to appreciate that the minute the ANC openly succumbed to imperialists, it had a profound ideological impact on South Africa's economic policy. As a result, the consequences such decisions continue to contribute to South Africa's structural economic crisis what we are experiencing today. South Africa cannot produce goods we consume, instead it imports most of it. South African government cannot create jobs. The government of the day is failing to eradicate policy. And credit to the IMF and the World Bank, South Africa is unable to deal decisively with the shocking levels of inequality. Even the economics concrete decisions, proposals to fund fee-free quality higher education through education levy of pension fund is dismissed because the National Treasury simplistic deficit-cutting dogma of the IMF and the World Bank, facilitated by credit rating agencies, is the primary focus of the government today. Now, South Africans, the EFF once again invite you tomorrow to come in your full force and march against the Zumas and the Guptas that clearly wants to loot this country. It's because of the Guptas and the Zumas that free quality education can't be obtained currently. Come out, come and support the EFF in this march. A luta continua.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, thank you to Honorable Plama for introducing this motion in this House. The International Monetary Fund and World Bank form two important legs of the tripartite Bretton Woods Agreement. The other leg being the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, normally known as GATT, which commenced in 1948 after the conclusion of the Second World War, ostensibly in order to manage a global post-World War economy. The World Bank and IMF are stated as being, and I quote, twin intergovernmental pillars supporting the world's economic and financial order, and were established to foster international cooperation with the aim of preventing a repeat of depression of the 1930s and ensuring continued global economic stability through programs associated with poverty reduction and by acting as a lender of last resort to nation states. Chairperson, the problem, though, is that they appear not to be always impartial, but rather effectively partisan towards the interests of their biggest nation-state funders. Where does this leave developing countries like us here in South Africa? Up until the advent of BRICS, we, like every other least developed and developing country, were a captive audience suffering silently whilst buckling under the pressures of IMF and World Bank imposed austerity measures. But now we have an alternative through our membership of BRICS and its development bank in respect of development finance and member assistance to rise in the international economic order. For the IMF and World Bank to remain relevant, they would have to regain the trust of developing nations through creating a level playing field in terms of their lending and poverty reduction agreements. The IMF should further be looking at introducing short-term liquidity lines, which are able to disperse entire amounts of approved access up front to already qualified countries, with no ex-post policy conditions attached. The World Bank should similarly be looking to move with the times, stay relevant, and establish the long-mooted-for development fund. We've heard that South Africa has a national debt of around 2 trillion rand, with annual interest payments at approximately 47 billion. In 2015, South Africa's external debt accounted for 18.3% of its GDP. And paying this debt presents huge risks, especially when we have a National Director of Public Prosecutions spuriously instituting legal charges against the Minister of Finance, and we know what has happened. We must find finance as a country where we get the best deal, as the world now has options. It is no longer a captive market to the Bretton Woods institutions. The days of the IMF and World Bank being lender of last resort are over. Having said that, Honourable Chairperson, we must guard against cutting our noses to spite our faces. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Imam, Shaikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. South Africa's relationship with the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, similar to other developing countries, is fraught with pitfalls, barriers, and skewed power relations. It is tempting to even go as far as to suggest that the relationship is one of exploitation and an instrument of interference in the domestic affairs of developing countries, resulting in many poor countries selling their souls to the benefit of some of these power-hungry superpowers. The reality, however, is that the relationship is not just one-sided. I think a lot of emphasis, Honourable Chairperson, should be on what we do and how we borrow, not necessarily whether it comes from the International Monetary Fund or whether it comes from BRICS Bank or it comes from the World Bank. The National Freedom Party believes that it is up to government to borrow wisely and spend wisely with the aim of maximizing the resources available to it. Responsible borrowing is a vital function which government has to engage in when there are no feasible alternatives. But it is foolish to rely on credit only to meet the developing needs of a nation. Stable economic growth, transparent and accountable government, and a genuine desire to benefit the people are prerequisites for successful and sustainable development. If these components are not in place, then borrowing more and more money will not lead to development, but to a vicious circle where the state is burdened by increasing interest and deepening debt, such as we are currently experiencing. Chairperson, South Africa is currently in an alarming high upward curve of rising debt. In the past 8 years, our debt has risen from approximately 24% of GDP to almost 50%. Most alarming, however, is that the repayment of the interest on our debt alone amounts to almost 10% of our GDP. It does not take a rocket scientist to know that if we continue in this fashion, then we will eventually reach a fiscal cliff. In conclusion, the National Freedom Party also believes that our focus should not only be on the relationship between South Africa and the IMF, but again, as to how we spend and what we use that money for. Honourable Chairperson, ultimately, we must strive for a situation where African solutions for African challenges or African problems. We must stop enriching these economic dominating superpowers at the expense of the poorest of the poor of our people. The superpowers who continue to cause mayhem, destruction, and control the lives of these desperate countries seeking assistance to improve infrastructure and the lives of their people. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Filton.
To be or not to be is the question. South Africa's peaceful transition is one of the most remarkable political feats of the past century. The consistent and sound budgetary policies that our country has had has been able to tap into the international bond markets with reasonable sovereign risk spread. In 2012, in the Open Budget Index prepared by the International Budgetary Partnership, ranked South Africa second amongst 94 countries. In 2014 and 2015, however, our ratings were downgraded by most rating agencies, citing poor growth prospects and rising government debt since 2009, as well as high deficit on the current account. Given the real GDP growth that has been significantly revised downward, the ongoing weakening in growth, the weak investment sentiment amid policy uncertainty, resulting in high unemployment rates and a plunge in commodity prices, as well as compounding domestic problems, all call for an urgent intervention. Government must focus on doing what the National Development Plan has identified as critical factors for the success of our country. Amongst these is the provision of a focused leadership that is able to articulate the vision, set a clear path towards its realization, and lead in the practical implementation of the program derived from the vision. We need sustainable policy consistency. We need leadership that will build and sustain strong institutional capacity at technical and management levels. We need a leadership that will ensure efficiency in all government spending and ensure responsibility and accountability at every sphere of government. Such intervention shall enable the country to use its available resources wisely and avoid the pressure of borrowing externally. Furthering our external debt will certainly invite further downgrade, which will trigger a sell-off of government bonds and ultimately send South Africa cap in hand to the IMF with its structural adjustment. Our relationship with the IMF and the World Bank, including all other external bodies, be they economic, financial, and otherwise, must be pursued in a manner that seeks to reduce our dependence on the global financial institutions and others. Truth is, as we debate today, we have no alternative as yet of these two powerful institutions. Accordingly, we must, as a country, conduct our relationship with the IMF and the World Bank in such a manner as to sustain the integrity of our domestic policies and protect our sovereignty. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mhlomphehi Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP understands the concerns expressed regarding the World Bank and the IMF, and in the main it seems that loans are given under very strict conditions which seem to impact on the sovereignty of nations. Examples are to offer loans to poor countries, but only if those countries privatize their state enterprises, which some might say is not a good thing, others might say is a good thing. Loans are always conditional and can keep countries in a cycle of poverty, particularly where they are unable to service their debts. Should there be a default on debt payments, then access to international funding becomes a nigh impossibility to obtain. But there is, of course, always a positive side. And in this regard, we note that the fund has embarked on the final stage of a work program for revamping IMF policies related to sovereign debt restructuring. This will facilitate sovereign debt crisis prevention and is crucial for the frontier markets in this SADC region who are issuing sovereign debt in the international market. We also know that in the beginning of April, the World Bank said it would provide guarantees of 11 billion rand for loans by international commercial banks to stop Eskom's power transmission infrastructure. Also, we know that the World Bank is collaborating with the African Union and the regional economic communities to develop a set of harmonized standards to support operations between national identification systems and mutual recognition of identification documents, where we've got 37% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa without identity documents. Now, it's interesting that our finance minister, in his recent, on the 8th of October, address to the 34th meeting of the IMF's Finance Committee on behalf of SADC countries, urged the fund to continue its efforts to support growth and boost resilience in small states and countries in fragile situations, including through capacity building and providing adequate financing. He also reiterated support for developing strong mechanisms to help deal with illicit financial flows, which have robbed the region of much-needed resources to finance development. Now, to conclude, it's always important to review one's relationship with such world bodies, as in the case of the IMF and World Bank. But in our view, we believe there are sufficient steps are being taken place at an international level to revamp the IMF policies, and we saw that with the programs to revamp sovereign debt restructuring. I'm sure there are many other areas for reform and improvement which can hopefully be implemented after discussion and negotiation. I thank you.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa, Liz.
Sihlalo ngempela funa lesibheke lento esikhulumayo namhlanje. The reality is that instead of talking about the merits of South Africa's relationship with the IMF and the World Bank, we should be debating the state capture that President Zuma has carefully crafted with his cronies to create the BRICS Bank. South Africa incredulously agreed to contribute $10 billion to the BRICS Bank. This is the same amount required of the other members, including China. But for South Africa, this equates to 13.5% of our national budget, whereas for China, it's a mere 0.8%. This is even more surprising given that South Africa only has a 6% of the voting rights. South Africa Incorporated is, from a liquidity point of view, insolvent. And so we have had to sell some of the family silver in the form of Vodacom shares to fund the first payment to the BRICS Bank. There was a time in December 2015 when it seemed that President Zuma's motivation for establishing the BRICS Bank was just a way of finding a job for Finance Minister Nana when he was dumped for opposing President Zuma's very close friend and corporate warlord, Dudu Mnyeni. Happily, Mr. Nana has more integrity than that, and President Zuma was exposed yet again for thinking that South Africans were gullible enough to be taken in with his baseless assertions that Nana was needed to be the boss of the Africa office of the BRICS Bank. To make matters worse, South Africa has agreed to ring-fence $5 billion of our foreign reserves for purposes of helping our BRICS Bank friends, like Russia, when they encounter a liquidity shortfall possibly caused by their theft of Crimea and the resulting international sanctions. So much for Nelson Mandela's commitment of South Africa to human rights-based international relationships. Much is made of the 180 million to be obtained by Eskom from BRICS Bank, but this is small fry and could easily have been financed directly from other international sources, who would not require any contribution from South Africa, let alone $10 billion that the BRICS Bank requires. The BRICS Bank is what we should be seized with, not international financial institutions. I end by reminding you that in addition to the $2 billion initial contribution, we have still to find another $8 billion or approximately 100 billion rand that we foolishly agreed to contribute. We simply cannot afford this when the economy is faltering, taxes are increased, and there are 8.9 million South Africans who don't have jobs.
Thank you. Mhlomphehi Mavi.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think we must first, you shouldn't be worried. You still have a hangover of local government elections. We are far now. Honorable Chair, just to thank the Akhang to have introduced this important debate. I'm sure you have seen earlier on when we debated the MPRDA on the sort of people who had come here to make sure that a majority of our people do not benefit. They sat here in the podiums representing minority interests. You would also have heard their own voices. They spoke again here today to try and make sure that we do not try and drive reforms in the manner that would want to through the BRICS Bank and many other interventions that are already in place. The World Bank Group faces a legitimacy crisis, and this is what many of these people must be aware of. Devised in a post-war colonial era, the bank's governance structures have not adapted to new international norms of democracy, transparency, and accountability, nor indeed crucially to structural changes in the global economy that have altered the balance of forces. Just one aspect: emerging economies such as China and India have become far more significant drivers of growth over the past 10 years, and particularly in the post-2008 global crisis era. And all the signs are that they will continue to play an even more significant role in the future, in ways certainly not foreseen when the Bretton Woods institutions were created. Surely, and therefore, what is needed is fundamental changes in the way the Bretton Woods institutions function. Bakoni ba re, pudi ge e gana go tswala, e re mokaka wa yona ko monnyane. Banks must adapt to proper governance and accountability structures. They must also be transparent on how they conduct their own businesses. And this does not exclude the World Bank. The discussion is not new. For the issue of what has been termed the voice has been on the agenda of nearly every annual meeting of the World Bank and the IMF. Calls have come for the democratization of the international financial institutions. There are two reasons to believe that the prospects for reform may have been improved. The first was the highly public and institutional embarrassing controversy surrounding the resignation a decade ago of a previous president of the board, Paul Wolfowitz, which highlighted the anachronistic nature of the bank's leadership selection process. The second is the increasing competitive pressure that threatens the bank's financing model. Developing countries like South Africa, encouraged by their own submissions, have seized the opportunity to forge new structures that serve themselves better, arguing that countries that currently dominate the World Bank and who are unwilling to change are de facto encouraging developing countries to find alternatives. This you can also see in some individuals as well. Governance reforms become imperative depending on the direction of the discussions around the long-term strategic direction of the World Bank. The reform options have been divided into those that are within the competency of the bank management and the executive board, and those that require changes to the articles of agreement. It's important to listen. This is not to suggest that those reforms that require changes to the articles should be abandoned, as it is sometimes argued. In contrast, some of the most needed reforms will require opening up the articles. Key amongst these articles is the question of the basic votes question. Other matters should be addressed in parallel fashion. What the Wolfowitz issue did was to expose attention to the accountability of the president and the board. Generally, transparency is better dealt with during reviews of the disclosure policy, which should be dealt with at the same time as the board transparency and accountability. Now, these are the principles for change. In the medium term, developing countries should push for the following principles to be reflected in any reform of the Bretton Woods institutions. I'm sure if the chief whip of the Democratic Alliance cared to listen, he might learn a thing or two on how we are trying to get this country better. Borrowers should be included in decision-making. You see, in the same way that we include people here in the ANC in decision-making, not in these other parties where decision-making is only preserved for a few. By creating incentives for the most powerful members to consult and build coalitions across a wide range of members, proposals for increasing the scope of voting would ensure that developed countries cannot act to adopt decisions without considering the views of developing countries. The DA should understand these notions of the haves and the have-nots. Must examine the alternative. These are some of the alternatives to the World Bank. It might just help you on the sort of alternatives you need for your own Qaeda development. Because we are struggling to take care of Tshwane. People don't have water in Johannesburg. People are drinking sewage in Tshwane when you took over. The prospective new financial architecture being set up by BRICS countries promises to reform and improve developed finance for the world. They would do so in the most tried and tested way imaginable, the same way the ANC provided water to the people of Hammanskraal when it was in charge. This is why it wants to reform financial institutions. Financially, as a single economic entity, as a bloc, BRICS may affect change on a global scale, but the grouping would still do so in a traditional way of flexing economic muscle. We've already done it with the MPRDA. You saw it was monopoly capital which was here to witness and make sure that our people do not benefit from these reforms. The annual BRICS summit held in Durban focused on what the muscle can do. Challenged the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, some of which those in the minorities are representing in the way that development finance is conducted, as well as the Western over-dominance that has prevailed in both Bretton Woods institutions. You are going to be educated by the time I finish here, Chief Whip of the DA. Those institutions were never meant to be that way. Of course, and you must be proud that we're addressing you in English. I would be doing it in Pedi and you'll be struggling to hear. Those institutions were never meant to be that way.
House Chairperson.
Honorable Mabe, take your seat.
I'm very keen on education, so may I ask a question? Is he a have or a have not?
Oh. But I didn't allow you to ask. Continue, Honorable Mabe.
Let's assist quickly. My mom was a have-not. Democracy has made me a have. Those institutions, democracy has allowed me to sit with you in the same parliament where my grandmother could not sit. This is the democracy that the ANC has brought, which you must be celebrating. Those institutions were never meant to be that way. Of course, as a reading of the founding text could follow, but any initial magnanimity would soon give way to self-interest. US and European dominance of the World Bank and the IMF, respectively, was to be a Western consensus imposed on the world like a global neo-colonial regime, something that many of you represent on the other side. The deal is that the World Bank would be led by the US citizen and the IMF by somebody from the AU. We do not believe that everything black is corrupt in the manner that you are wanting us to believe. Never, it can't happen. Since then, BRICS as both concept and entity, as in both concept and entity has had vigorous growth and a vibrant youth. You are going to have to listen. Both institutions typically adopt a cold, mechanistic approach to development that prioritizes market interest over human needs. You know why you have got 4 minutes to speak? Because you make this noise. Their Western bias is also thrown back in the 21st century world of a shared global interest and aspirations, and a world in which Western economies themselves are in trouble. In contrast, now listen to this one. Here you are now going to get a master's. In contrast, BRICS as a bloc of emerging economies serves as a bridge between the developing and developed countries. I'm happy that you are calling PRASA terms that we have created. You see, we have created the term PRASA. Look at how we are calling it now. On paper, BRICS countries account for almost half the world's population and just over a quarter of the world's trade. But more important than this, bare figures is how BRICS economies have driven global growth for years, as acknowledged by the World Bank itself. BRICS has driven growth. The people of Palabora must also participate in the South African economy in the same way that the people of Stellenbosch are participating. It mustn't bore you when they are part of that. The idea of a new global bank and the measured progress since the Durban summit raises important and challenging decisions that must be made, such as the financing modes. Its primary purpose, like the operation of funds in project financing and the contingency funds, as a crisis buffer, will take more time to work out. The different political systems within BRICS is a strength and the diversity.
Order, Chair.
Point of order.
Honorable Member, you are noted.
I'm standing on the Rule A66 that no member must be disrupted on the podium. The behavior of the Chief Whip of the opposition is unbecoming. He can't behave like that in the House. And he's the Chief Whip of the party. He can't be.
Honorable Member, may I say that heckling is allowed? The only thing is that the member should not be drowned. And I think that is what we can plead for. Thank you. Honorable Member, Honorable Mabi, please wait. You still have your 33 seconds left. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to check, man, if the member can take the question on PRASA. Because there was a fine that was recommended on
Don't
him.
ask the question.
Did he pay that
I
fine?
will give you time if he wants to. Honorable Mabi, ukachia puchisho.
No, I know the Puchwe levelan legible language or Naginamatad.
Baruka puchishandra. Honorable member of the EFF, aruka puchisha puchisho yagao.
No, I.
Oh, he says you. Uchungabuza umbuzo ngiyaxolisa.
No.
No, the simple question, Chair, is whether he paid the fine that was recommended by the Ethics Committee on the PRASA deal. That's what I want to know.
Thank you. That's the question, Honorable Member.
No, that's fine. I think if he cares to read the report, he will understand where we are. Let's proceed. What worries fans of the IMF and the World Bank is not how a new global bank...
Order, Honorable Members. While heckling is allowed, you are not allowed to drown the speaker on the podium.
Chairperson.
Honorable Waters.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mabi, take your seat.
The speaker was asked if he would take a question. He said yes.
Yes.
The question was put whether or not he paid the fine by the Ethics Committee.
Yes.
He has not answered the question.
Honorable
So
Member.
a simple yes or no will
Thank you
suffice.
very much.
Thank you.
I think the question was answered. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Mabi.
You see, in Sepedi, we've got books called Matlon Tebe. Those things are meant for kids who are still learning A-E-I-O-U of Pedi. Please.
Point of order, Chair. In Zulu, we've got something called Masambisan.
No, ma'am.
He must answer the question. We also have Masambisan. He must answer the question.
Honorable Mabi, continue.
No, okay, as I conclude, seeing that this address and on us affirming BRICS would have had many fans, including those from the DA, let's now conclude. What worries fans of the IMF and World Bank is not how a new global bank as competitor will steal their business, but how it may force both to be more democratic and more sympathetic
Thank you very
to
much.
the developing world.
Your time
Thanks,
has
Chair.
expired. Mhlomphehi Fik.
Honourable Chairperson, the Minister of Finance has a straightforward task. That is one of fiscal consolidation, but clearly he is unable to perform the task effectively. Fiscal consolidation should be prioritised because our debt gap is widening and debt service costs are the fastest growing expenditure item. Debt service costs for the 2016-17 financial year are forecast to be 147.7 billion rand and increasing at 11.4% annually compared to the consolidated expenditure growth of 7.1%. Our problems are caused by an economy that is hovering around zero growth. This is clearly not an environment where jobs can be created. The result of a stagnant economy is that revenue grows at a slower rate than expenditure. So Minister Gordhan's solution is to further burden the already stretched taxpayer. Of the 13.7 million registered taxpayers, less than 1 million contribute 64% of personal tax revenue. There is a direct correlation between the cost of debt and the credit rating of a country. The lower the rating, the higher the cost of debt will be. So it is important that a country maintains a good credit rating, but South Africa is at risk of a further downgrade. South Africa, like most countries, depends on international investors and access to international capital markets, so good credit ratings are important. They determine the cost of borrowing money and give an indication to international investors whether to invest in the country or not. Recognizing that foreign investment can contribute to economic development, all governments want to attract it because of the potential to create jobs. So now, South Africa are unhappy with the independent credit rating agencies, and with Brazil, Russia, India and China want to establish their own credit rating agency, namely the BRICS Credit Rating Agency. President Zuma recently stated that BRICS continues to have felt it necessary to have their own ratings agency. This decision is partly because the manner in which rating agencies have operated so far leaves concerns particularly to developing countries and to the members of BRICS. One of the concerns he mentioned was that the concentration of rating does not seem to be well balanced according to the view of BRICS member states. So the BRICS countries have chosen to rate themselves. The BRICS agency is meant to better cater to developing economies as opposed to the existing agencies which are believed to favor developed economies. The aim of introducing this BRICS agency would be to provide an alternative but non-independent voice to existing agencies which would be more sympathetic to a failing economy. Existing agencies conduct assessments based on reliable data, while BRICS ratings agencies might provide assessments that are based on sympathy. Similar agencies introduced in China and Russia did not work. It won't work in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Kalako.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, let me first also agree with my colleagues when they thank you, Honourable Plowamba, for actually putting this question, this matter on the agenda of Parliament. Chairperson, global capitalist crisis of the late 1920s and early 1930s, whose origins are to be found in the speculation of the financial sector in the United States, had a devastating impact on working people's lives and unemployed. This crisis gave rise to many right-wing and fascist parties rising amongst the unemployed. It is from these ranks that imperial nations recruited in preparation for the Second Imperial World War. During this war, countries aligned to Britain and the United States held discussions focused on increasing demand for institutions that could take care of international finances, cooperation, and promotion of international trade. The issue at hand was regulation of a post-Second World War global monetary and financial order. At the UN conference in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, United States in 1994, attended by 44 countries, agreements were signed to legally establish General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, known as World Bank today, and the International Monetary Fund. The primary purpose of IMF was to foster global monetary cooperation, secure financial stability, facilitate international trade. IMF in the main was conceptualized by leading capitalist countries, with Britain and USA playing a leading role. Hence, its earlier mandate was to ensure stability of international monetary system, and does this by keeping track of the global economy and economies of member states, lending to countries with balance of payments, difficulties, and giving other forms of assistance to member countries. But today, IMF mandate have changed from that of guardian to that of overseer of member policies. IMF requires countries seeking assistance to correct its macroeconomic balances in the form of policy reform. If the conditions are not met, funds are withheld. Conditionality is the most controversial aspect of IMF policies. South Africa has over years, since the dawn of democracy, played a leading role in initiatives to reform the multilateral system, not only quotas and therefore board representation of IMF, but also in the manner in which their leadership is chosen. Former President Thabo Mbeki, addressing UN General Assembly as chairperson of G77 in China in 2006, had this to say on the issue. I quote, "Poverty and underdevelopment remain the biggest threats to progress that has been achieved. The equality among the nations big and small, is central to the survival, relevance, and credibility of this global organization. Madam President, when you correctly urge us to implement a global partnership for development, we, the members of G7 and China, who represent the poor people of the world, understand this common commitment for a global partnership for development cannot be transformed into reality when the rich and powerful insist on an unequal relationship with the poor. A global partnership for development is impossible in the absence of pact of mutual responsibility between the giver and the recipient. It is impossible when the rich demand the right unilaterally to set the agenda and conditions for the implementation of commonly agreed programs, close quote. Again, at the G20 Finance Ministerial Conference that took place in 2006 in Claremont, he reiterated that multilateral systems have been dominated by the few. Even when modifications to international financial architecture became necessary, especially during periods of global turbulence, the outcomes have inevitably preserved the status quo, allowing only for insignificant alterations. South Africa, under the government of the African National Congress, have always led and championed the call for substantial changes in the governance structures of the Bretton Woods institutions. To countries like South Africa, who seek to attract direct investment, we cannot overstate the importance of IMF and World Bank. They play a key role in signaling the private investors in major global financial centers of readiness of countries for foreign investment. All that the ANC government is calling for are efforts to enhance legitimacy of the institutions, and that can be achieved through better representation and accountability. Developing countries now have an alternative to World Bank and IMF. The 5 BRICS countries established BRICS Development Bank. It is not in competition with IF, rather its approach is developmental. BRICS will also establish a contingent reserve allocation for emergency lending in the mode of IMF. This will go a long way in addressing complaints from nations in those regions who for decades, due to a lack of voting rights at both the World Bank and IMF to influence and bring about change, have had to suffer strict austerity measures imposed on their governments in order to receive emergency funding. There is a need to establish credibility and effective surveillance over national monetary and financial policies with global repercussions. This depends on introducing enforceable commitments and obligations regarding exchange rates of major currencies and adjustment to imbalances by both deficit and surplus countries. There should be serious rethinking of international capital flows. International communities should firmly establish that controls over capital flows are legitimate tools of policy to secure macroeconomic and financial stability. We need effective, equitable debt resolution mechanism. Developing countries have stopped relying on easy money, which is not good except for speculation in advanced countries. They have abandoned fiscal orthodoxy and invested in infrastructure and to create jobs and demand. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Pluama.
Honourable Chair, before I deal with the amphibian politics of Honourable David Minnaar, I just want to thank the parties that have supported this motion, the IFP, the ANC, the UDM. But I just want to take this opportunity and remind you all members that Arang did survive the poisonous kiss of the DA. So, for Honorable David Manir to come here and say we are irrelevant, they must remember very well, we are the only party that survived their onslaught.
Chairperson. Honourable Pluama, will you take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Will the member take a question on his party's history?
Honourable Pluama, will you take a question?
No, Honourable Chair. No, Honourable Chair.
The Honourable Member is not prepared to take a question.
I want.
Order, Honourable Members.
I want Honourable David Manir to go and read the book of his former leader.
Honourable Pluama, will you take your seat? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Just to correct the statement by the Honourable Member, the UDM did not support.
Thank you for the information. Continue, Honourable Pluama. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I was doing him a favour anyway. So, Honourable Chair.
Order, Honourable Members. Continue, Honourable Pluama.
All I want to try to say, we can't be taught anything of relevance or irrelevance from the DA. We are the only party that stood their assault, and we know deeply in their hearts their feet is in South Africa, one feet is in America. Honourable Chair, we love this country. We'll defend it at all costs. And then I want to emphasize, Honourable Menir, to go and read the book of your former leader, Not Without a Fight. See how you operated like mercenaries when you were trying to swallow us. But be as it may, Honourable Chair, I think it's very important to stand and to defend our sovereignty and make sure that our country survives for many hundred years to come.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order. Honourable Members, that concludes the debate on this subject. The next item, order. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Order, Honourable Members.
The ANC welcomes the decision of the NDPP advocate Sean Abrams to discontinue fraud charges against the Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, former SARS Commissioner, Opa Magashula, and former Deputy Commissioner, Ivan Pillay. This related to Pillay being granted early retirement in 2010 and subsequently being rehired on a contract. The head of public prosecutions, Sean Abrams, said he made this decision following representations from both Magashula and Pillay. The NPA's decision to charge Finance Minister has been highly criticized by legal experts, political and business leaders, with calls for the charges to be withdrawn. Informed by the constitutional principle of innocent until proven guilty, the ANC always believed in the innocence of Comrade Pravin Gordhan, hence our unwavering support since fraud charges were preferred against him. The charges against Pravin have had negative impact on the economy, and we hope this decision will go a long way in restoring confidence of the investors. The ANC calls on all South Africans to respect this decision and commit in moving South Africa forward. Now that the charges
Honourable
have
Member,
been
your
dropped,
time is now expired.
Thank you very much.
The DA.
Thank you. Yesterday, the National Director of Public Prosecutions withdrew all charges against Ivan Pillay, Opa Magashula, and Minister Pravin Gordhan. This came 3 weeks after he announced that the NPA intended preferring charges against them. Today, the NPA withdrew charges against Robert McBride and 2 others because the NPA could produce no witnesses to prove the charges. It was their 3rd court appearance. In the face of this disgraceful incompetence, Abrams refuses to do the honourable thing and resign. He holds the view that he owes no one an apology. He has no regard for the damage done and the cost incurred by the country and its citizens. He has no regard for the hurt, the apprehension, the cost his reckless actions have inflicted upon Pillay, Magashula, Minister Gordhan, McBride, Seseko, and Kuba and their families. He also has no insight or understanding of his position, nor does he have the ability or the wherewithal to do the job he has been appointed to do. He is a boot-licking lap dweller and is not fit to hold the position of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, and he must go. So should Pretorius and all those who aided and abetted him in this monstrous blunder, and they should go now. And Mr. Van Rooyen, who today lost his urgent application to have the same state capture report swept under the carpet and lost with costs, should consider following suit. Thank you.
The EFF.
The EFF calls on all fighters and ground forces in and around Johannesburg and Gauteng and all peace-loving South Africans to attend our march tomorrow to defend the institutions of justice in South Africa, to defend the NPA and the Hawks against Mr. Zuma, to defend the rights of young people to free quality higher education for all, not for the poor, as they used to say. The march will start at 10 in the morning and it will proceed to Pretoria. It will assemble at Church Square in the morning at 8. This march must demonstrate to all those who think that the country has fallen into the wrong hands. We want to reassure the citizens that the country can be taken back
honorable member.
To its rightful owners, which is the citizens of South Africa. It is unprecedented and unjustifiable that the head of NPA will hold meetings with leaders of a political party of which one of them is an accused person, accused with more than 700 and some odd charges which he fails and he refuses to sit before. Mr. Abrams, I was
Honourable
always
member,
around.
your time is now expired.
Yeah. There are those
The
ones in the
ANC.
drunken corner there.
Order, honourable members. Order.
Black golf player attacked by white golf players
Order,
in
honourable
Nelspruit
members.
in Mpumalanga. Since the dawn of democracy, the ANC has made progress in transforming South Africa into non-racial society. However, we are disappointed that the racism is still raising its ugly head now and then. As such, the ANC condemns in the strongest term the racial attack on the 19-year-old golf player from Nelspruit in Mpumalanga recently. Jabulani Mabilani was attacked by 4 white golf players who told him he was not allowed to play at the club regardless of being a member because he is black. According to Mabilane, he was practicing at hole 7 when a group of young white males playing hole 5 said he wasn't allowed to be playing there before they insulted and attacked him. The people of South Africa have waged relentless struggles against the demons of racial segregation and self-imposed white supremacy. It is unfortunately that some racist whites remain trapped in the past philosophy of white supremacy. We welcome the report that the case was opened and sent to the prosecutor for proper decision and will call upon the club to act against the culprits of these white guys.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Inkatha Freedom Party condemns in the strongest possible terms the racist vitriol that was spewed forth recently on Facebook by a Mr. Davy Creel and a Mr. Will McGibbon. The level of hatred, religious intolerance, and threats of violence towards Indians and the Indian community at large in South Africa by Mrs. Creel and McGibbon must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The IFP has already laid a complaint against Creel and McGibbon with the Human Rights Commission and will do everything in its power to ensure that they are brought before the Equality Court to answer to these abhorrent remarks. And I'd just like to quote one section of what they said. And this is what they said, to quote, "To those idol worshippers and devil disciples who buy them, meaning crackers, in the name of religion, piss off back to your dark hole in the backwoods of India, you dickheads. I could strangle you morons with my bare hands and derive great pleasure in watching your face turn blue and your tongue pop out." Close quote. Honorable Chairperson, such Hate speech has no place in South Africa and must not be tolerated at any level. This is a direct contravention of the Equality Act, must be thoroughly investigated and prosecuted. Thank you.
The UDM.
We are very surprised to hear ANC has supported withdrawals the charges. Kuba, the question you ask is which ANC? Because I'm sure the president Zuma ANC bamjongile bati uyawuhlala usinda kwedini. The issue endifuna uthetha ngayo umba waseqoboqobo about izindlu phayana ngamayesi akudala eziphela izindlu ngoku eziphansi ko-public works. Abantu bakuqoboqobo kudala bazinikwe ezaa zindlu zingamabhodlo bezirenta bebekwa imali engange-800 rands ngenyanga. Mali leyo abangakwazi uyi-afoda kuba baphangile, abanye babo ngamaxhegwazana. Kudala ke lo mba siwuveza kwi-public works, utata uRhanyarho lo wayengusekela mongameli we-United Democratic Movement esaphila. Sicela ukuthi bawujonge kuba kwenye provinces, if my memory serves me well, eMpumalanga for instance, ezaa zindlu abantu babezinikwe simahla. Ngoku kukwimeko ukufumanisa ukuthi bafuna ukukhutshwa ngaphandle kuba beneenyanga bengabhatali rent. Sithi urhulumente makayijonge ngakumbi i-Department of Public Works because ngumba otshisa ibunzi, ngumba ozichaphazelayo ngakumbi ezaa provinces zakumandulo xebe saziba semaphandleni kuba zininzi amabhodlo afana nalawana. Sizawuphinda ke simbhalele uminister siphinde sithi minister khayoye le nto kuba kaloku abantu zathi bahlale phi xa bekhutshwe ngaphandle by officials ezi-departments ezinganalisini. Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili. Nala ANC uniconfusion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
On Saturday and Sunday, the 20th, 30th October, the Hindu community in South Africa joined millions of Hindus across the globe in celebrating one of the most auspicious times of the year, Diwali, also known as Deepavali. This is one of the biggest and most important annual festivals where Hindus, devotees around the country and across the world light lamps that symbolizes triumph of good over evil and light over darkness. This is the time of enlightenment, a time that promotes the spirit of love, humility, compassion, and humanity amongst Hindu community. In India, Diwali is usually a one-week affair celebrated in true abundance and dignity. ANC understands that Diwali is more than just a time for indulgence. It is a time to reflect and feel gratitude in accordance with the Hindu calendar. ANC believes that good has triumphed over evil and that Hindus are free to celebrate Diwali without the division of the past and with the full backing of the country and all its people and government. We hope that the divine light will shower them with peace, prosperity, happiness, and success. Thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP, like others, welcomes yesterday's announcement by Advocate Sean Abrahams to withdraw all charges against Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan, Mrs. Opa Megashula, and Ivan Pillay. This followed representations as well as submissions by Freedom Under Law and the Helen Suzman Foundation. We do, however, regret, and I'm sure many of us in the House do, the trauma that this ill-considered decision to prosecute caused Mrs. Gordhan, Megashula, and Pillay and their families, as well as the damage it caused to our economy and the country's international standing. International markets rely on stability of state institutions, and this was clearly not taken into consideration by the initial decision to prosecute. It is naive to suggest, as Advocate Abrahams did yesterday, that there's nothing special about charging the Minister of Finance. In this regard, one of the considerations to be taken into when deciding, and it's part of the policy, when deciding to prosecute is the public interest. And I put that question to him from the Justice Portfolio Committee. Was it ever in the public interest to prefer these charges? We say not, and the credibility of the NPA has taken a serious knock. We therefore welcome and look forward to engaging with the NPA this coming Friday in a planned Justice Portfolio Committee when we will discuss this whole debacle in the Justice Committee. But lastly, we believe that a full inquiry should be held into the fitness to hold office of both the prosecutors and the investigators in this matter. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC welcomes the first phase of the analog switch-off and migration to digital broadcasting that kick off in the Northern Cape on Friday. 10 years after South Africa's first digital terrestrial television commitment, the Northern Cape became the first province to transition fully to digital broadcasting. When the analog transmitters were switched off in the areas surrounding the SKA area, including Van Wyksvlei, Brandvlei, Williston, Forsberg, and Carnarvon. The analog switch-off will steadily be undertaken in phases in the Free State, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape before finally being switched off in Gauteng. The analog switch-off is one of the critical milestones of the broadcasting digital migration process. Around 99% of the distributed subsidized set-top boxes have been activated within the SKA areas, with the DTT contact center mandated by signal distributor parastatal Centec managing technical and logistical related questions such as the decoder activation process, troubleshooting, and general DTT rollout information. In April, the registration campaign was initiated for the core SKA towns. The registration campaign is currently underway in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Free State, and will be rolled out to the rest of the country in phases. The ANC commends the government on the commitment
Honourable Member,
to
your time
subsidise
is now
it.
expired.
Thank you.
The DA.
Honourable House Chair, the new DA-led municipality of Lim 368, which includes Mokopong and Molimoli, has already ensured water delivery to communities neglected by the ANC municipal government for 21 years, which at times left communities without any water up to 39 days. Appealing to Parliament didn't even help. 2 years ago, we submitted a petition requesting the improved delivery of municipal services. That petition has been on this order paper every week for the last 2 years. The only thing that worked was to elect a DA-led administration. Within the first 60 days of taking office, the new United Opposition Council commissioned 6 boreholes and a 1-kilometre water pipeline to bring 1.8 million litres of water to communities, including the communities of Pagameng. Previously, the ANC Council appointed officials on the basis of family and friends rather than those who had the correct qualifications, and they only spent money on the basis of tenders for their own friends. The new council has proved that a genuinely caring and clean administration can improve the quality of life by people, even
Honourable
in poor
Member,
communities.
your time is now expired. The EFF. The EFF. The ANC.
The ANC commends the handing over of 497 fully subsidized decent houses, standing to benefit about 70,000 people from the Citibank District Municipality in Gauteng. This project is part of Phase 1 of the Department of Human Settlements, which will pave the way for the construction of Phase 2, which is expected to deliver more than 1,600 houses by the end of March 2017. The handover of Phase 1 of breaking new ground houses and integrated human settlement development, which will finally consist of more than 18,000 BNG houses, providing decent shelter to more than 70,000 people once completed. This housing project is part of the ANC government's drive to provide integrated human settlements. As such, the ANC government has launched a number of pilot projects since 2005 across all major cities, including Cosmos City and Fleurhof in Johannesburg, and Olivenhout in Tshwane. On the 4.3 million houses and subsidized delivered since 1994, Gauteng has contributed over 1 million houses and subsidized ones, providing adequate shelter to over 4 million people. Siyakuba su ANC su Congolese.
Agang.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. While we welcome the withdrawal charges of Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, Mr. Obama Magashule, Mr. Ivan Pillay, Our country cannot afford to have someone who suffers from multiple personality disorder at the helm of such important institution, who is willing to risk the stability of our country with frivolous charges. But what is at stake is the credibility of this institution. The president must fire this delinquent. What is alarming is a bankruptcy of thoughtful individuals who push the country first, who doesn't put the country first before their individual interest. The self-serving elite, who their main purpose is accumulation of power at all costs. Honorable Chair, we are compelled to ask what qualities Mr. Abrams possesses, which criteria was used to appoint this character assassin. We are convinced of one quality which is common and popular in our country today: blind loyalty, suspension of one's conscience. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, it is regrettable that some of the South African wines are pulled off shelves in Denmark following a documentary titled Bitter Grape Slavery in the Vineyard by a Danish filmmaker, Tom Heinemann, that was aired in Denmark and Sweden recently. The film points a picture of whispered labor law violation that includes workers being paid less than a minimum wage, where in some cases receive just over 100 rand for working 12 hours shift, being made to work with poisonous pesticides with no prior training on how to use chemicals without mask or protective gear, leading to many of these feeling ill. Angered by what has been seen in the documentary, Danish retail made a bold move to remove certain wines and products from South Africa in protest. Some of the wines removed include products from Robertson Winery, where a strike over working condition is in its second week. The documentary also backed by findings by a report released by Human Rights Watch in 2011 that exposed how farm workers were being abused and most made to live in substandard conditions. ANC feels this documentary shows that violation of workers' rights and human rights in the Western Cape, with conditions of farm workers resembling slavery. The ANC is, however, concerned about the impact
your time has expired.
of the decision of farm livelihood in the area.
The Small Enterprise Finance Agency, SEFA, is heading towards financial meltdown unless measures recently announced to the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development are successfully implemented. In the financial year ending March 2016, SEFA disbursed 1.2 billion rand to small and micro enterprises across all 9 provinces, but it recorded an operating loss of 378 million rand. Most of this came from its direct lending business. During the year under review, SEFA made loans to 302 businesses, but had to write off 380 million rand in bad debt provisions. 67% of its direct loans are impaired. This situation is unsustainable and is due to reckless lending, which has increased tenfold between 2012 and 2015. As the Department of Small Business main funding agency, Minister Lindiwe Zulu must take immediate corrective action to put SEFA on a secure financial footing. If this involves closing down its direct lending business, then so be it. In the current very tight fiscal environment, South African taxpayers cannot be expected to continually throw money down the drain, money which should be spent on proven fund managers and lenders who actually know what they are doing.
The ANC.
Honorable Chair, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform celebrated the United Nations International Day for Rural Women, which is celebrated annually on the 15th of October every year. The idea of honoring rural women with a special day was put forward at the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing, China in 1995, to recognize the critical role and the contribution of rural and indigenous women in enhancing agriculture and rural development and improving food security and eradicating rural poverty. In our country, through the support of the Department of Rural Development and the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, by providing skills and resources, many women are able to put food on the table. This is done through the RECAP, 1 Hectare, 1 Household project, rural enterprise, and industry development program.
The department is indeed turning the rural areas by fighting the scourge of poverty and bringing dignity to the people. Rural areas will never be the same through the ANC government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes member statements.
House Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
House Chairperson, may I address you in terms of Rule 1325, if I may?
Yes, Honourable Member.
As you would know, that members make these member statements so that they can get a response from the executive members, and it's a way of holding the executive accountable. And I think I, for one, would love to have heard the National Minister of Labour's response to the poor workforce, because Labour force falls under her watch. But once again, despite the Deputy President's promises, there are no ministers in the House, or very few of them. And I would really urge that we re-look at the positioning of this item on the order paper. We want to help you. Obviously, the ministers can't be here all the time. So let's move it back where it was at the beginning of the program, so the ministers can be here and then leave once that's done, so we can have the proper accountability. But we really can't carry on like this. It's making a joke of the situation.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. I suggest you initiate that discussion tomorrow in the Chief Whip's forum so that the matter can be dealt with by the Rules Committee. Honourable members, are there any ministerial responses? The Honourable Minister of Small Business Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm responding to Honourable Chance, and I would like to say that we are very much aware of the issues that Honourable Chance is raising. We are working on assisting the situation. However, I do want to make this point, Honourable Chair, that it's not reckless lending that leads to people not to pay back the money. The fact of the matter is that the majority of the SMMEs, particularly the black-owned, the women-owned, and the youth-owned, when they are given the loans with very stringent regulations around it, the challenge is for them. There's a lot of training, there's a lot of hand-holding, there's a lot of assistance that small and medium enterprises need. It is not to say that those that do not return the money, they don't return it simply because they don't want to. And as a department, we are committed in ensuring that whatever money is being given to small and medium enterprises as loans by CIFA, we do the best that we can. But you cannot run away from the fact that these small and medium enterprises have got very little experience. They have got absolutely no training. They are from the previously disadvantaged communities. And so I do not agree with the fact that Mr. Chance Honourable Chance is saying that it's through reckless lending. In the 2 years that I've been in office, it's painful to see somebody that is given a loan and somewhere along the line, the challenges that they face in either getting access to markets or access to training is very slow and very difficult. So it's not reckless lending. We must understand that most of these people are not like many of the members who are sitting across there who have been operating in the business for more than 100 years.
The Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Two things, Honourable Chair. The first one is, I read about this, what happens in the Western Cape here, the terrible house, and therefore reflecting the terrible conditions under which workers live, and they can't talk about it, they'll be kicked out, etc. I know the Honourable Member from the EFF raised the matter of evictions, and I responded to that, and I appreciated what she said later. But really, it is members of Parliament, Honourable Chair, who are representatives of the people in this House, not on the basis of race, on the basis that they are people who represent the masses of our people. So members of the DA should take care of this. Whether they are supported by those rich white farmers there who are producing wine, they must stand up. Because the way they're allowing this thing to go on, it reflects that they actually are racially skewed in the manner in which they look at things. Of course, they
Honourable Member.
Of course, they've got black. I like it that way. Don't worry, Honourable Chair, because it hurts, and that's what is correct about it. But the second thing, if you allow me,
Order, honourable members.
if you allow me, Chair, the second
Continue, Honourable Minister.
thing, the Honourable Malchas sitting here, this one, Hope Malchas, and a former member of this House, Ivy Green, and other women, I can't name, they were detained in the mid-80s in St. Albans. The notorious security policemen, Rulof in Port Elizabeth, walked in their cells and said, we know you're going to get this freedom, but just when you start to enjoy it, we're going to grab it from you. It's very important to say this because we take non-racialism for granted. We should never. Even the manner in which we express our political differences in the House, it gives hope to those people, those racial bigots out there.
Honourable Minister, your
Thank
time
you
is
very
now
much. You've
expired.
helped me. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Water and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. We just had the elections in August, and the insinuation that says within a period of a month, there has been progress with regard to interventions in a municipality on the refurbishment of boreholes and stuff. It's again a reflection of political opportunism that is presented here. Because part of what we have said and shared in this House and with the public are our own drought intervention solutions. Because we are a government of the people, not a partisan government, we would have never stopped the provision and the refurbishment of boreholes now that there is a DA council. We will continue to provide. Unlike what we have seen now, with Rand Water reducing 15% supply of water in Tshwane and in Johannesburg. And what happens in those cities, they shut water in our big townships so that the pressure can continue in the white suburbs. What we have done in that municipality is a continuation of providing services to our people, irrespective of the outcome of the elections. Thank you very much.
Are there any further ministerial responses? There's no further ministerial responses. Order, honourable members. That concludes ministerial responses. The last item on the order paper is notice of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of a motion? The honourable member. Order, honourable members.
On behalf of the ANC, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to reform globally governance institutions so that their decisions are geared at promoting equity and fairness. I
The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in the light of the unacceptable barbarism by the ANC in Nelson Mandela Bay, where one of the councillors assaulted the DA councillor with a glass water jug, that at its next sitting, this House debates the use of plastic cups instead of the glasses currently being used.
The EFF.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move in the next sitting the House
Order, honourable members.
use of state resources by ministers for legal services to defend Mr. Zuma's anarchy, shenanigans and corruption. The EFF urges society to continue with the planned march in Pretoria Church Square tomorrow in order to deal decisively with these matters which affect us all. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates ways of ensuring the regulations and control of the private security industry. Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Honourable Chair, noting that the Minister of Finance, Honourable Godan, and two others were victims of spurious and vexatious legal action instituted 2 weeks ago with great pomp, ceremony and indignation by head of NPA, Advocate Sean Abrahams, and that said legal action was withdrawn yesterday, I hereby move on behalf of the IFP that the House establishes an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 2531A to 1, hold Advocate Abrahams to full account of his decision to institute legal action against the Minister of Finance and two others, determine Sean Abrahams' fitness to hold office as head of the NPA and head of the High Court, determine whether or not the institution of said charges against the minister are politically motivated, and if so, the duties of the parties involved in such deceit, make recommendations where applicable.
Honourable Member, your
exercise
time has
powers
expired.
set out in Rule
The
167
NFP.
of the National Assembly that are necessary.
Honourable Member, your
which
time has
task carry out this
expired.
task.
The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the NFP that in its next sitting, this House discuss or deliberate on the suitability and fitness of the head of the NPA to hold office after his badly malicious attempt to prosecute the Minister of Finance. I so move.
The ANC.
Honorable Chair, I rise on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates the importance of aligning the African Union Agenda 2063 with the African Nation State Program. I so move.
The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that at its next sitting, the House debates the failure of our basic education system to adequately prepare our children for tertiary education and the economic needs of our country. I so move.
The Freedom Front Plus. The DA.
House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the intention of the Executive of Corporate Affairs at the SABC to rename Lotus FM, as according to his statement, it did not represent his culture.
The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. I hereby move on the next House sitting that the EFF debates the 700 and something charges of President Zuma.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC.
Order, honourable members.
That in its next sitting, the House debates the introduction of legislation geared at regulating political party funding. I so move.
Cope. ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will move on behalf of the ACDP at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the secret sale of South Africa's strategic fuel reserves, which were found by the Auditor General to be illegal for being in contravention of the Public Finance Management Act, and whether any criminal investigation has been instituted following the serious breach of the PFMA Act. Thank you.
The ANC. The ANC.
I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates mechanism geared at making hospitals user-friendly for termination of pregnancy as a means to eliminate growing backyard abortions. Thank you.
The AIC. Achang. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC in the next sitting that the House debate mechanism geared at effective strengthening and supporting the African Court on Women and People's Rights.
The APC. The PAC. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the effect of planned phosphate mining in the Agulhas Bank area of the Western Cape.
Order, honourable members.
On behalf of the ANC, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to reform globally governance institutions so that their decisions are geared at promoting equity and fairness. I think I move.
The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in the light of the unacceptable barbarism by the ANC in Nelson Mandela Bay, where one of the councillors assaulted the DA councillor with a glass water jug, that at its next sitting, this House debates the use of plastic cups instead of the glasses currently being used.
The EFF.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move In the next sitting, the House
Order,
debates
honourable
the
members.
use of state resources by ministers for legal services to defend Mr. Zuma's anarchy, shenanigans and corruption. The EFF urges society to continue with the planned march in Pretoria Church Square tomorrow in order to deal decisively with these matters which affect us all. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates ways of ensuring the regulations and control of the private security industry. Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Honorable Chair, noting that the Minister of Finance, Honorable Kodan, and two others were victims of spurious and vexatious legal action instituted 2 weeks ago with great pomp, ceremony, and indignation by head of NPA, Advocate Sean Abrahams, and that said legal action was withdrawn yesterday, I hereby move on behalf of the IFP that the House establishes an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 2531A to 1, hold Advocate Abrahams to full account of his decision to institute legal action against the Minister of Finance and two others, determine Sean Abrahams' fitness to hold office as head of the NPA and advocate of the High Court, determine whether or not the institution of said charges against the minister are politically motivated, and if so, the interest of the parties involved in such deceit, make recommendations where applicable.
Honourable member, your time has
exercise powers
expired.
established in Rule
The
167
NFP.
of the National Assembly that are necessary.
Honourable member, your
to
time has
discharge the
expired.
task.
The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the NFP that in its next sitting, this House discuss or deliberate on the suitability and fitness of the head of the NPA to hold office after his badly malicious attempt to prosecute the Minister of Finance. I so move.
The ANC.
Honorable Chair, I rise on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates the importance of aligning the African Union Agenda 2063 with the African Nation State Program. I so move.
The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that at its next sitting, the House debates the failure of our basic education system to adequately prepare our children for tertiary education and the economic needs of our country. I so move.
The Freedom Front Plus. The DA.
House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the intention of the Executive of Corporate Affairs at the SABC to rename Lotus FM, as according to his statement, it did not represent his culture.
The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. I hereby move on the next House sitting that the EFF debates the 700 and something charges of President Zuma.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC
Order, honourable members.
that in its next sitting, the House debates the introduction of legislation geared at regulating political party funding. I so move.
Cope. ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will move on behalf of the ACDP at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the secret sale of South Africa's strategic fuel reserves, which were found by the Auditor General to be illegal for being in contravention of the Public Finance Management Act, and whether any criminal investigation has been instituted following the serious breach of the PFMA Act. Thank you.
The ANC. The ANC.
I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates mechanism geared at making hospitals user-friendly for termination of pregnancy as a means to eliminate growing backyard abortions. Thank you.
The AIC. Achang. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC in the next sitting that the House debate mechanism geared at effective strengthening and supporting the African Court on Women and People's Rights.
The APC. The PAC. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the effect of planned phosphate mining in the Agulhas Bank area of the Western Cape, one of the main spawning areas for fish along our coastline. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates ways to control, strengthen and improve the security at the South African borders. I so move.
Thank you, honourable members. That concludes notices of motion and the business for the day. The House is adjourned.